There we go. We're recording. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome. And I guess in terms of announcements, we will try to take turns as much as humanly possible. I have the gallery view on this morning, so hopefully I will be able to navigate and see who has questions as we go through here. And you can wave, like this, or you could use the raise hand that's at the bottom of your screen, and I'll try my best to, again, watch for that. And we'll just try to take turns. I'll try to call on folks so that we have one person talking at a time. And as we are in our other work sessions, more casual, certainly if you need to get up and go grab a cup of coffee or deliver coffee to Jim, because Jim has informed us he has no coffee this morning, or use the restroom, just go ahead and come back and join us, and raise your hand if you feel like we need to take a break and I haven't asked. Just do that too, and you can request that we take maybe like a 5-minute break as we move through the agenda. And as I said, for noon, for lunchtime, we'll just take a complete break for at least 30 minutes. We can talk about if we need a little bit more time. And so we won't be doing a working lunch. Any questions? I don't see any. All right. Okay, then our item 3, we're already on to item 3 for our agenda, folks. There's Nikki. Morning, Nikki. Okay, so item 3 is going to be discussing the committees that were formed through the memorandums of understanding through the negotiations process. And there were 3 MOUs that were agreed upon. So those all were linked to our agenda for this meeting. And then also you have hard copies of those. What we'll do is we'll start with the MOU that I'll call the first one, which is the committee or the Commission on Salary. And I just wanted to let you know that at the town hall, the first town hall for this school year, I presented just brief information on the MOUs to the staff that joined us. I basically said that we were going to be having our work session today and that I would be looking for feedback from all of you in terms of direction on how to move forward with those MOUs. So we need to have a conversation about, hopefully you've read through them. Those of you that served on negotiations too, feel free to, chime in and add a little bit more if you need to in terms of what led to the MOUs. But I need to get feedback from the board specifically on the individuals that you feel would be good to have from the board's end to serve on these commissions. 6 members on the Salary Commission and 5 on the Recess Commission. I met with Kim Belgard, the FEA president, over lunch last week, I believe. Yeah, last week. And I know she already has some individuals that are interested in serving on both commissions that she's still working to finalize. But I told her that I would be getting back to her after we had our work session. And so, again, I'm looking for in terms of membership, and then also just, any guidance that you would have to get us started. Obviously, the members that serve on that commission are going to be the ones that are going to really set the stage for how those commissions need to work. I think that it might be good for us to have some, discussions, but really it's going to be up to the members from both groups to figure out how to work collaboratively on that. And then the third MOU has to do with negotiations and training. And so we'll have a conversation about who's involved in that. Like, is it all board members and who else? And who is possibly, where maybe some sources that we should look for some information, because both the FEA and the board side is supposed to be providing some recommendations in terms of who we would consider for providing that kind of training. So let's go on to the salary MOU then. Jim, you have a question?
No, not a question, just a thought I'd like to share on the salary committee.
Sure.
This obviously came up in negotiations because we presented a completely new design for salary, which we went back and forth over several sessions trying to really help everybody understand it. And based on their feedback, we made several modifications. But then at the end of the day, it was decided this was just too big of a jump to do during our negotiations. Hence, we set up this committee. From my perspective, although we certainly probably need some board members on these committees, but it's really going to be critical that we have the district's brain trust involved in this. So for the salary one, at least, there are a minimum of 3 administrators that I think we need to consider putting on it, possibly 4, depending upon where RUPOC would like to see himself involved here. But I think we need Doug from an HR perspective, because ultimately whatever we build has to be administered. I think it's critical we have Dr. Gross. He is the person that really researched a fair amount of what we had put together, and Jackie Gapp, obviously, because at the end of the day, whatever we come up with, future salary plan has got to be sustainable fiscally. So from my perspective, I think those 3 people and possibly RUPOC, quite frankly, are more valuable to that committee than even us board members. Although I certainly think we need board members on it as well. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Jim. And I also want to remind us all that in the MOU, it says there needs to be a minimum of 6 and then 5, and more members can be added if both presidents agree. So if we feel that, if we reach 6 and we're set on that, and then we feel like we really need to have more, we could talk about who those additional folks might be. And then I would visit with Kim. I feel like if we have, let's say if we end up deciding we need more than 6, then maybe FEA would probably end up with the same number so that, it's even on both sides. I also am looking for feedback on if we have a board member who that board member is. I know that, I'm happy to serve on the commissions. I don't need to serve on the commissions. I do know that the MOUs talk about both presidents being involved in terms of agenda setting, time frame, meetings, locations, that kind of a thing. And so that might mean also that we could, I guess if our group decides that we could empower, someone else to be involved in that, but that we take the lead. So I guess I'd be looking for your guidance on that too. It might be hard to be involved in the agenda planning and all those details if the person's not serving on the committee. Okay, other feedback. Thank you, Jim, for that initial feedback. Seth, and then Dr. Gandhi.
Okay, you have to bear with me because my voice isn't even back to close to normal yet. I'm in complete agreement with Jim about the administration that needs to be on that board. And I do think some board members need to be on the board on the commission as well. I'm wondering though, and I would like everybody else's feedback too. I'm wondering, should the board members that serve on these committees also be members of the negotiations committee? I'm wondering if we should pick members that aren't, because basically it's like helping build the field that you're going to play on, so to speak, I guess. So I would wonder what other people's thoughts are on which board members we put on, whether or not they should be on the negotiations team or not.
David, I see your hand up. I'm going to go to Dr. Gandhi first and then you. Dr. Gandhi?
I concur with Jim a little bit too, but I might propose a little bit something different too. Cabinet yesterday also met, and everything, and this is going to be the theme for the work session today. We're just going to give you starting points for consideration. That doesn't mean that this is what Cabinet wants to do, but we just wanted to have some discussion points as well. Before I get into kind of who we were thinking would be critical for this committee, I do want to make one point of distinction. It is our understanding that these committees will still be publicly noticed and will be open meetings so other people can watch and participate. What we are determining at this point is who would be the, for lack of a better term, the voting members of the committee as well. So other people can also be involved in the process. They just wouldn't be a member of the commission. So that will open up the opportunity for some other people to be involved and also provide feedback to the members that are on the commission as well. With that being said, the people that we thought were critically important from cabinet's perspective, and any of the cabinet members can chime in as well, were Doug, Jackie, and Lori Feist. Lori Feist does do a lot of the administration of the salary schedule and knows a lot of the intricacies in and out, and we think it's critically important for her as well. Knowing that we're going to talk about the recess committee next, Dr. Gross had volunteered his services for the recess committee as a former elementary principal and someone that knows the schedule inside out. So although I can't fill his shoes, I was going to be on this committee, but we're open to that conversation. And if we need to switch as well, I'm happy to, whatever protects Dr. Gross's workload and is easy just for him. I'm good with that as well. So that was just something that we had talked about as cabinet. If we had those 4 administrators, we made the assumption that the board might want 2 slots. And if so, we didn't know who those were. Was Jim going to be involved because he was kind of involved in the salary component of negotiations this past year? Would it be Seth as well, because Seth is a chair of negotiations, but we know that the committee membership changes on an annual basis and might change before the next negotiations as well. So that's just some things that cabinet talked about as a starting point for the board to consider.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gandhi. David.
I agree with what Jim said. We're going to definitely need administrators because that's, frankly, we've got to, the number one reason we're doing this is that we have to find something that's sustainable in the future. And that was one of the reasons why Jim had worked particularly so hard on putting together this new salary schedule. The problem with having current committee members on is that this expires before the next group of cabinet members or committee members will be elected. So I think it's just important that we have a minimum of 2 and possibly 3 board members on there. I agree with Doug and Jackie. I'm personally not familiar enough with Lori's position to know if she's that essential. A lot of times superintendents do not want to become involved in negotiations directly, as we have never had a superintendent, for instance, sitting on the committee, simply because of the fact that they have to work with both sides and they have to seem more impartial. But Doug and Jackie are essential, and I think we can work out the rest of it.
Is there anyone else in terms of an administrator that would need to be potentially involved? Currently we have Doug as potentials. Doug, Dr. Gross, Jackie, Lori Feist, and Superintendent Gandhi.
Those are who we discussed at cabinet. If there was anyone else, I would look to Doug or Jackie if they felt that anyone else would be critical in terms of implementing the salary schedule or with HR or businesses. But I personally can't think of anyone else at this point.
Jackie, you're saying no?
Yeah, no, there's no one else from my department.
How about you, Doug? Can you think of anyone else?
No one else really, other than I probably too would advocate for Lori Feist as well. Faculty that start their position with us all the way till the end. And when they go through the matrix or whatever it is that will be decided through this commission, she will put them through that. So she's uniquely qualified to answer some of those in the moment, really in the weeds questions. So just that for our consideration.
Okay, and then what does the board think regarding the number of board members to serve? And then also, as Dr. Gandhi was talking about, having this be a meeting that would be publicly noticed. Jim?
Well, I apologize. I should have thought of Lori as well. She became critical actually in discussions of what we were looking at because somebody had to interpret what we've done in the past to what we're doing in the future. So based on that, I really think we need 4 administrators on this committee, 2 board members. I am certainly willing to serve wherever you appoint me, Rebecca, but I don't feel I need to be on it either. I think we as a collective board can certainly be involved with whoever our commission members are as things develop, to give feedback, to share thoughts. So from that perspective, I actually think Seth is a person we definitely need on it because I suspect that he may well end up chairing the negotiation committee through the next session as well. So I would advocate for him and 1 other board member, and then 4 administrators, either Dr. Gross or Superintendent Gandhi. I think maybe they should arm wrestle, and whoever loses has to be on the commission.
I'll save myself the embarrassment and volunteer then.
Seth, how about, what are your thoughts regarding, it sounds like where we are, board members, do you agree from the administration standpoint? For sure, Doug, Jackie, and Lori?
Yep.
Nod.
Yes.
And then as we go into the discussion regarding the recess commission, maybe we can determine Dr. Gross or Rupak who would serve on what commission. And then Seth, what are your thoughts regarding board members and your interest in serving on this commission?
I'm perfectly fine serving on it. I can kind of see like both sides of wanting me on it and not wanting a negotiations team member. I mean, it will be definitely easier to negotiate next negotiation cycle if, you know, the negotiations team is part of coming up with a new salary schedule. It makes it a lot easier, I guess. So I'm totally fine serving on it as well. If that's the mentality, then I would suggest that the second member also be a member of the negotiations team too. So.
Okay, does it make sense, board, that Seth serves on this commission? All right. And who do we think ought to be the second board member serving on this commission, and keeping in mind we have recess? We have more opportunities to be involved with the next commission. So what are your thoughts? Jim?
Well, I don't know if he'd be willing to serve on it, and I know he's got lots of hats he wears, but Brian Nelson clearly understands teacher contracts from a little different perspective than perhaps the rest of us, having been involved in multiple different districts with multiple different salary schedules. I also think David, as a former teacher and as a past negotiation chair, would be well qualified for it. But quite frankly, any of us could. But I kind of think if Brian's willing to serve, Brian and Seth would be a pretty good dynamic duo for the board's perspective. But I
Yeah,
don't
that would be fine.
volunteer, Brian.
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay, we already have a taker. Seth, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I totally agree with Jim. Having that administrative background, I think, would help on that team for sure. So I was going to, Jim actually beat me to it. I was going to suggest Brian.
You two can work well together. Okay, do we feel like there needs to be anyone? Do we need more than 6? And then what would your advice be, even as we're thinking about moving into the recess commission? What would your advice be regarding the information in the MOU that says the association president and board president shall collaboratively determine meeting frequency, dates, and agendas. Again, that doesn't mean I need to serve. I'm just wondering, how do you interpret that language if the board president and maybe even the association president, I'm not sure if Kim's planning to serve on any of these or not. How do you determine that language? Jim?
I certainly think that you should work with Kim or whoever they decide at the FEA to determine the frequency of the meetings and maybe the dates, at least the starting dates. But when it comes to the agendas, I mean, maybe the two presidents could put the first agenda together, but unless you're serving on the commission, it's very difficult to really know, okay, what should the agenda be for the next meeting? Because there's fluid discussion that comes up all the time. So I would recommend, Rebecca, that you actually, like I say, meet with whoever, Kim or whoever, determine when it's going to start, how often you think they should meet, but maybe defer the agenda back to the commission itself to really determine their agenda at the end of each meeting for the following meeting, which is really what's happened in the past for the negotiating committees. At least to me, my way of thinking, that makes more sense than it would be one thing if you were both involved, but if you're not involved in that thing and not at that meeting, very difficult to really determine the next agenda.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. For this commission, we were looking at, and of course, this needs to be decided on still by both groups, and once we know exactly who's serving from both sides, but looking at this group starting the beginning of the new year, and the recess commission, maybe, well, we first started talking about having that commission meet early October. If it's not early October, I would say that we were looking at for sure in October. Getting that one going first, hoping that we learn some, let's say, best practices. Maybe we'll discover some things that work and some things that don't, and then from the recess commission, and then put that into play once the salary commission gets going. And then looking at the first meetings as similarly to how negotiations works right now regarding just setting priorities and agreeing on, principles on how those commissions are going to work, what decision making looks like, that kind of a thing. So ground rules type of a deal. So kind of working to follow a similar model, maybe even where the person that chairs the meeting, switches back and forth, kind of like how we do it right now. So if that makes sense to you folks. Okay, any other guidance on the salary commission right now that you would like me to take to Kim Belgard?
Rebecca, there's three of us with our hands on: David, Robin, and myself.
Okay, and Dr. Gandhi, I'm gonna have to apologize because so when he has his hand up, it covers up, it's right where the Fargo Schools logo is. So sorry, I missed that. So I see Dr. Gandhi, Robin, and who else had the hand up? Oh, and David. So go ahead, Dr. Gandhi.
My question, Rebecca, is to you, and you might have to get clarity with Kim, and this will probably apply to both commissions as well, is the board and FEA seeking someone else to facilitate it, an outsider to facilitate it, or is it just the committees getting together and doing their work? Unfortunately, as we know, sometimes in the past, when administration that's part of a committee or a task force is also the one kind of leading or facilitating the meeting, there is sometimes an inaccurate perception of trying to lead people one way or the other, and we really want to avoid that. So just seeking some guidance on, are we hiring someone to facilitate from the outside? Is that a consultant? Is that a person? Or are we just saying, hey, let's get together and talk, kind of like we do with safety committee? We can make it work however we want to do, but I think it's important to establish that early on.
Yep, good point. And that is not something that we discussed at our meeting. So that's something that could be brought up. And I guess I'd look to the rest of the board for thoughts on that. Robin and then David. Robin, could you unmute, please?
Too many speakers. In the past, when we've done MOUs after negotiations, when I was board president, we basically, the FEA president and I just showed up for the first meeting and we handed it over to them. We had them rotate who led it, but then consistent people reported out. So the reporting mechanism was consistent. I don't recommend a third party coming in. I think we need to give those committees as much latitude as possible and ownership because, well, quite frankly, prior committees did not include board members, but I respect the decision to include board members on this one.
Thank you, Robin. David? David, we cannot hear you if you intend to speak. Are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We
Okay,
saw your smiling face.
My computer wasn't responding. I agree with what Robin said. I don't think we need a facilitator. I think it will work just fine if we share facilitation as we have in the past with negotiations. And the purpose of this was to get the board and the FEA working collaboratively. So I don't think we have to find any more people to get involved in this. I think we can work this out. I'm questioning whether we want to wait till the beginning of the year. This has to be completed by the end of the school year. And we realize the difficulty that we've had in the past meeting in the summer. So I wonder if we might want to look at possibly having the first session in late November or December, just to get things off the ground.
Sure. That's understandable, and I could certainly bring that to Kim for consideration. How do others feel regarding the time frame? Let's see here, Seth, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with David. I when you said January, I thought that felt a little late too. Obviously see what Kim and FEA have to say about it, but it'd be nice to at least get, the ground broke before the new year. And then, maybe we're just spitballing ideas for a couple of meetings and then we really get into the weeds after the new year, but at least we gotta jump on it as fast as possible. Cause if negotiations showed anything, this is a very complicated issue and it could take quite a while to get it done. So the sooner we start, the better.
When Kim was talking about timeframes of meeting and like days of the week, they were saying like a 4 or 4:30 time slot, maybe on a Thursday. So if we're just looking into, if we're thinking about November, December and looking at dates, and we don't need to decide that now, but I'm just kind of letting you know what she thought would work, especially in terms of time frame for when our teachers are finishing up their days. So, okay. So then in terms of, Dr. Gandhi made a comment, regarding publicly noticing the meetings and the number of people that serve on the commission and then others that may have input. What are your thoughts there? Obviously, if it's a publicly noticed meeting, anyone is able to attend. Dr. Gandhi, were you talking about maybe others being resources to serve?
Well, I mean, I think that's an opportunity. I mean, I think others can come and watch the meetings. For example, if there's a commission that I'm not part of, I assume that unless I have a major scheduling conflict, I'm going to kind of be there just to see what's happening as well. Similar to negotiations, I think, whoever's chairing that meeting, if it's agreed upon in the norms in the first meeting, that we can bring in a resource for a meeting or two, like we've done in the past as well. So I would assume that that's an opportunity. And I don't know if this is an option. I think I'll look to Anne Marie here, but I think these meetings will be publicly noticed and they will be open to the public. So just giving you that, letting you know that there is an opportunity for others that are not directly voting members to still be involved. And just like anyone else, they can also provide input to the people that are on the commission, but keep along with everything as it's going.
Now, that makes sense. There might be the discussion if these meetings are virtual or are they in person too, as we go forward. Okay, anything else on this commission that you would like to share at this point? No? Okay. Well, then let's move on to recess. Basically, we have the same work to move through. So thoughts regarding individuals to serve on that commission and a little bit of why. Dr. Gandhi.
I flipped my logo, so hopefully the hand's popping on the other side. So just consideration from cabinet, we talked about Missy, two other administrators, one and she reached out to kind of elementary principals and who would be interested. One, we're thinking Jason Cressup, just knows a schedule, has kind of worked with this as well. Because this committee is going to be talking about studying what's best research on recess, and the momentum in K-12 education has shifted to how we do research from organized play to structured play and so forth. We think Dr. Leanne Hansen, who's our director of standards-based instruction, but also just coming off of the principalship at Centennial, would be valuable as well. So we had said those three. And then, like I'd said, Dr. Gross also thought that he had a skill set and a strength as a former elementary principal and someone who loves scheduling to maybe be involved with this commission as well. And we think that he'd provide great insight. And then we said that, you know, depending on the board, that'd be that fifth spot would be for a board member and whoever the board decided to do. So that was just an initial thought for consideration from cabinet.
Missy, do you have any thoughts to add?
No, I do agree with Dr. Gandhi that having two principals or principal experience that have been in our system currently would be valuable to the committee. Personally, I would love to have Dr. Gross on the committee since he has done block scheduling for the entire district in his experience in Fargo schools, and that is something we're moving to. And that is just how we schedule everything at the elementary level.
Okay, and what does the board think regarding board members? Jim, your hand is up.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Rebecca. I agree wholeheartedly that having our building administrators that are actually day-to-day in the trenches are going to be critical. So I think both Jason and Dr. Hansen would be great. I think it's critical to have Missy and Bob on this thing. So that would really just leave us one slot for a board member. But I think that's okay because, quite frankly, this is totally operational. This really shouldn't have even been something we were dealing with in negotiations. It has to do with the schedule of the day, which is an administrative function and not a board function, unlike salary, which I understand where we come in there. I guess I'd like to recommend a volunteer. She may or may not agree to serve on it, but I think Nikki would be a great person to add into this committee from the board perspective. She was fairly passionate as we talked about this subject during negotiations and really focusing in on, you know, yeah, we changed because of COVID, but what is the best thing for our students? And that's really, I think, a philosophy that hopefully this committee is going to really be focused towards as they determine what recess should really mean in the future not just when does it occur, but what's going to happen during it. So I think Nikki would be a really good voice for the board on the committee.
Thanks, Jim. Seth, and then Nikki.
I would suggest we're, kind of at the tail end of what Jim was saying, but if we're looking at how we're going to look at recess philosophically, I think that has a lot more to do than with just scheduling. And I would like to see someone who kind of specializes or something in child psychology to know, like, do we have less behaviors when teachers are watching it versus someone we hire from the outside, and just different things like that. As far as, if we're going to come up with a philosophy on it, I think we should be also looking at it as how and how it's structured, how recess helps or doesn't help our kids. And so having someone that has, some expertise on behavior, I think would be valuable.
Nikki.
I was going to offer up my support for having Leanne and Missy and Bob involved, because they were critical during the negotiation session, where when questions would come up, they would be able to tell us why it would work or what it would impact if we made that change. So I think they are critical. Thank you, Jim, for the recommendation to participate. I am happy to participate. However, Seth does have an excellent point that while we have enough to do with scheduling, we also have to this committee has to come together and decide what that's going to be in the future. And that impacts more than just scheduling, because if it's decided that it's a good idea or whatever comes out of it, I think we have to consider that emotional and mental impact probably both ways. I mean, I think there's more to it than just how can we make the schedule work. So I think Seth is right there.
I'm going to go to David and then Jim.
Thank you, Rebecca. I think that we've made some excellent choices to serve on this committee. I'm very confident that Missy has the type of background that Seth is talking about. She's spoken to us already about the changing philosophy in recess. And I really don't know that this, as Jim said, this probably should never, ever have been a part of negotiations. And if we have to hire an outside consultant or a psychologist, it's just going to make it more complex and more expensive. So I really think that we've got the in-house expertise to handle this.
Jim, did you have your hand up next? And then I have a question for Missy.
Yes, I did. And it's just a thought. And again, I think Nikki would be great on this committee, and I actually do believe the people we've identified aren't going to look at it just from a scheduling perspective. They are going to look at it from what's the best practices in recess going on that we could be implementing. I think that's really what Rupak was starting with when he talked about, we got to determine a new philosophy, or perhaps we don't, but it starts with getting the philosophy of recess figured out. But it occurs to me, this really is an operational issue. It's not a board issue. We don't necessarily have to appoint a board member to this committee. Now, I don't know how the FEA would react to that, but if there is a fifth administrative person that we feel has a wealth of knowledge that could be beneficial, that maybe Missy, Bob, Jason, and Leanne don't feel they have, that might be more valuable than putting a board member on it. Just my 2 cents.
And also, I can't remember why the recess commission has 5 and the salary 6. Can you folks that were involved remember what that discussion was? And also, if we need to add, one more person, if we really feel like there should be the recommendation to have one more person, on this commission. So Missy, going back to the questions that, or the comments that Seth made, if you could speak to that, if you feel like the folks from administration that we've talked about already can bring that experience, or if you think that there's someone else that would need to be involved, not necessarily hiring, someone else, but someone else from administration that ought to be involved. And then do we feel really that there ought to be a member from the board still to serve on the commission? So Missy, could you speak to those points, please?
I really feel that the developing of the philosophy has to be a team approach. It's not us doing it without the teachers at the table. We're going to have to do that together. And I do have confidence that we do all have the best intentions for our students and to revisit some of the research together. So that would be a process that we would do together and come up. And I think once you get your philosophy, then you go back and examine your practices. It almost helps you create a rubric of what you're looking for and how you can do that together. If I was recommending another administrator, I think Jennifer Schuldeis from Ed Clapp would be a strong candidate to add. She is probably someone that does some very good research, always, whether it's reading to math, as she's thinking about developing kids. So that would be my recommendation if we need another administrator going forward. But I do feel like the team we have would represent us well.
Seth, does that take care of your concern?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted the Phyllis, and that's what I was trying to get at too, is Missy totally hit the nail right on the head. You have to come up with your philosophy first, and then you fill in the practice. You have to have a, finish line first before you start running the race. So my only concern was that we were looking at it as both philosophical and operational at the same time. So I'm not terribly picky on who it is, as long as that expertise is there. And I feel that I'm confident everybody does. And Ed Clapp was my liaison assignment last year. And so I got to visit with Jennifer a lot. And I completely agree with Missy that I think Jennifer would be an excellent addition. So.
Okay, so Robin, Nikki, David, and Rupak have hands up. Robin first.
So I was not on the negotiations committee, but if we do not assign a board member, would that be interpreted as bad faith?
That's a good question, Robin. David.
I think Robin brought up an excellent point. I think that we do, just for the sake of the fact that it came from negotiations, we do need a board member on there. And I think Nikki would be excellent. I would suggest replacing the Lewis and Clark principal with the Ed Clapp principal and just calling it good.
Nikki and then Rupak.
Robin and David addressed my concern because it did come out of negotiations and I don't want it to appear we aren't engaged. I'm happy to serve if that's what the board feels is best. Although, what if we were to move this to a 6-person instead of a 5-person committee so that we could include Jennifer? It sounds like she would be very valuable. Now, if the board feels we've got it covered without bumping it up to 6, that's fine too, but it sounds like she would be a good person to have. But I think we should have a board member because I don't want it to appear evasive, and it would be good to have that contact back to the board through whoever is going to give that report or that connection.
Oh, excuse me. You saw me talking, but you didn't hear me. Thank you, Nikki, for being willing to serve. Good points. Dr. Gandhi, go ahead.
Great minds think alike. I was going to say the same thing. While I wholeheartedly do believe that this is an operational issue and a function of administration, and I think it would be valuable to have all administrators on here. I think we have to sometimes also listen to our staff and listen to the FEA. And the reason that this was brought to the board to negotiations is because of a change that we made administratively. We felt that recess was part of the teacher's day, and that's why when we had the staffing shortages, we asked them to do recess, and then their fear that administration was going to continue that practice is what brought them to bring this language to the negotiations table with the board. So I think if there isn't a board member, you do just run that risk of them saying, well, we've already gone through administration. Administration thinks that recess should be part of our day. We think it's a separate part of a duty. So just something to consider. I'll let Missy chime in. I think there is Jennifer or Jason, they're both fantastic. So I think if we can have them both, great. But if we can have one, it doesn't, I don't think it matters. I think they're both going to do a wonderful job. In fact, both of them throughout the negotiations process were kind of our go-tos as well and helped us with some information as we were going through the recess scheduling as well. So it's really just up to the board. And if there's pushback on adding a sixth member, I think we would have our ground covered with the 5 that we've talked about, the 4, and including one principal and then a board member. So just my thoughts.
Seth, go ahead.
Also, wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, because we do this with negotiations, is to have an alternate.
Yeah, that's a point to take into consideration. And then I'd throw that back onto the salary commission discussion as well. So let's decide if we feel like we need to have 6 instead of 5. It sounds like we are okay with one board member before we talk about alternates, but one board member for sure. And that would be Nikki. Again, thank you, Nikki. And then are we talking about adding Jennifer on? So then if we did, we would have Missy, Jason, Leanne, Dr. Gross, and Jennifer. That would be 5. If we have, that would be 5 administrators and then 6 with the one board member. I don't see any, I don't have a problem with adding another person on. It's just that if we feel like we need to, Jim, and then David.
Mostly I'm hoping that we can get done by about 2:00 this afternoon, but in any case, I think what we ought to go forward with is going back to Kim, recommending 6, see if they'll all agree to 6. And if they don't, then, flip a coin between Jason and Leanne. But let's start with a request that we'd like it to be 6, put those 5 administrators on it with Nikki. And then we can get on to the next one.
That makes,
as far as alternates go, I don't really think we need them here. These are research working groups that are going to be over several meetings, and not everybody's going to make it to every one, that's for sure. But they really aren't like negotiating back and forth. They're supposed to be collaboratively working as a team. So we're really talking a team of 12 or 10 people tackling these problems already. So I don't think alternates are critical, but I again have to echo what Rupak said. Anybody who's not on one of these can certainly attend as an audience member. And I would encourage board members to consider that if it works in your schedule, just so the FEA knows we do care. And obviously we do, but I guess presence is one way to reinforce that to them.
Does that make sense from everyone involved here today, that we're not needing to look at alternates for either of these commissions? So yes, it makes sense. And I would also say that since we'll have the one board member on this commission and 2 on the others. So if other board members have questions, concerns, thoughts, I would see, unless you guys don't agree, that we contact those board members that are appointed to serve on the commissions with questions, thoughts, and concerns, and utilize it like a liaison, like we have with task forces in the past. And if you don't feel like your concern is being addressed, then feel free to visit with me. And if I don't address it, talk to Robin. Does that make sense to everyone? And then a board member would report out at our regular meetings as you feel that it is pertinent based on the meeting schedules of the commissions. I will talk with Kim about adding a 6th person on. David, I think you also had your hand up. I don't know if you still have a comment or a question.
No, I really don't, because Jim said everything that I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay, then are we fine to move on to the negotiations MOU? All right, who are we saying that all board members need to be involved in that training? Yes.
I sure think so, because it isn't just about the next negotiation session. It's about hopefully creating a new paradigm that we're going to negotiate going forward with. So obviously, whoever is on the current committee actually won't even be negotiating, because there'll be another committee put together next July that will ultimately be doing the negotiating. I think it's critical for all of us to try to be at that training. And I cannot remember the gentleman's name, but we could reach out to the Montana School Boards Association. They had a staff member that actually had been doing this kind of training throughout Montana and actually throughout the Western region. We actually brought him into Fargo. Anne Marie, do you remember any of this? Is that ringing any bells? I just don't remember the gentleman's name. So we could certainly put him forward if he's willing as a possible, I don't know if we call them trainers, coordinator, or what, to do the collaborative bargaining training. But I think the FEA will probably have somebody out of North Dakota United as well that they'll offer up.
Yes, that they will. I remember the training too, Jim, that you were talking about, and Anne Marie and I can work on finding that person. I think that was a weekend training that board members attended. What about, okay, so heads saying yes regarding all board members. Who else ought to be involved in that negotiations training? Anyone other than board members? Dr. Gandhi and Robin.
Just speaking my personal thoughts, I would recommend almost most of the cabinet members that are normally involved with negotiations, Doug, Jackie, myself, Bob, and Missy, and probably even Tara, to be there, just because board members work on a term. And if we're talking about a new process for negotiation and perpetuity, there should be someone that can carry that institutional knowledge of why this change occurred from the current model of adversarial negotiations, why the board made the change, in case there ever is turnover down the road, and someone that can keep that going forward. Just depending, once I learn more about what the training entails and what we're actually going to be, what the board and the FEA would actually be studying, I might have another thought, like if there's going to be someone that's going to be required to support negotiations. I think of Jolynn. Do they need to be aware of what the process is? But if it's of a more high level, then probably not. So I wouldn't volunteer that name at this point, but I think at least the individuals I mentioned, Bob, Missy, myself, Jackie, Doug, and Tara, I think would be good to be able to carry on this information for future boards and for future teachers representing the FEA.
Robin.
I think it's vital that we have a third party. I like the idea of having it from out of state. This will actually be the third time we've done what we might call collaborative bargaining training. The first time it was somebody from North Dakota United. And then there was the gentleman on the weekend. Do you feel it's going to be an issue to find a third party facilitator that the FEA will agree to?
Are you asking that question of me or of the board?
Just everybody. I don't want this to be another point of of conflict, I guess is where I'm going.
Brian and then Dr. Gandhi.
In negotiations, it seemed to me that that was a hard thing to find, that third person.
Dr. Gandhi?
I'm just going to pull up my screen here real quick, just as you look at this MOU. One of the things, at negotiations, and I was just reviewing this in preparation for the meeting, at a shared cost was crossed out. But then it does require, I think, mutually agree on the format, dates, required attendance, and cost of training. So I think there's some ambiguity there where I don't know if both sides are agreeing to sharing the cost. Maybe both sides are just agreeing to what the cost will be. So if the board or the district is incurring that cost, and that might be a consideration for the board as well. I'm not saying one way or the other, but just want to point you to that language and how it reads as I look at it.
That's something that Kim and I will have to be talking about. Similarly, so in regard to format, that could also apply to the type of training. I mean, we're talking about collaborative bargaining here. I suppose there are other models. Are there some other models that you are wanting to share today, or direction that you would like me to pursue in terms of research? And certainly you can feel free to contact me additionally, but I don't mind more guidance. Nikki.
I guess I don't know what other models are out there. I'd be open to it. Ultimately, I see, I guess, to Robin's question, if we're trying to find that other party and we need to work on agreement, I guess I would look to you and to Kim to kind of both bring ideas and then figure out the pros and cons between the two and work together to make that decision. Or perhaps it then goes to the committees. Maybe you have one on each, maybe you both end up with a favorite or a top selection, and then it goes to the committees or something like that. I'd be open to other models. I guess my hope for all of this was to remove a lot of the contentiousness. I just feel like we could have moved forward in a much calmer, less contentious manner. I guess that if there's something that can bring that to all parties involved, I'd like to see that happen. So if there's another model besides what we're calling collaborative, I'd be open to it.
Kim mentioned interest-based. Does anyone have any experience with or knowledge about interest-based? Robin? Go ahead, Robin.
Semantics are important. There is adversarial, which does not mean it's full of conflict. That's actually a term. There's collaborative, which is a different approach as well. There's interest-based, but I also think besides looking at a third party coming in, we also need to talk about who's actually on the committee. Do we want it to be board members? Do we want it to be administration? So I hope we just don't go with one model, assuming that we'll go forward with 5 board members. I want everything on the table. So please do your best to not pigeonhole us into one direction, would be my suggestion.
Thanks, Robin. Jim and Seth and Dr. Gandhi.
Yeah, best interest, and Robin's correct. It's actually kind of a hybrid of collaborative bargaining. It really starts with a theory of common interest between the two parties for goals, and then how to achieve them. Just a side note for you to remember, Rebecca, if by chance one of the names you get from the FEA for training us is Joe Kennedy, absolutely reject it. Otherwise, if he's the one that's going to be training, I will not be showing up. And if anybody wants to know why, go ahead and reach out to me privately and I'll share.
Thanks, Jim. Dr. Gandhi and then Seth.
Sorry, I'm just trying to be a stickler here. As I read the MOU, I don't know how much flexibility, Rebecca, the board has on one side to really determine what the style of negotiations is going to be and go to that training. Because the MOU just reads to complete trainings on negotiations, and then everything else has to be determined. So while I appreciate this conversation, we might have to find, to Robin's point, someone that can speak from a broad sense and narrow the focus of what type of negotiations you want to engage in moving forward as a committee versus going in with leading, just because I don't know if the board has that authority with the way I read the MOU at this point.
Right, and there's not any talk about forming a committee here either. And this is completely different than how the other two commissions work. This talks about that both groups are going to be involved in some form of negotiations training. It doesn't talk about who's going to be involved, what kind of training. It's a little bit more, I also see it as a little bit more wide open. So Seth, before you ask your question or have your comment or share your comment, I'm wondering what the board is expecting of me in terms of moving forward, like after I have an initial conversation, a recap conversation of what we are sharing here with Kim, what you're wanting of me. I'm assuming you might not want of me to just say, well, this is what we decide and this is what we're doing. Are you wanting me to, for example, share out at a board meeting and gather feedback? Are you wanting me to share out at the governance committee meeting so that we can have some board member participation as we move forward with this decision-making process? So that's my question. Seth, go ahead.
I'd say the main reason for this MOU was kind of what Nikki stated, is that to try and find a good process for negotiations that both sides can agree on, that we can be trained in. Kind of what David and Grant had researched a little bit prior to previous negotiations, but weren't able to do it. It's got a long timeline on it too. I mean, if we're thinking that this is going to be, a weekend training, well, I think the majority of the time then should be spent researching and finding the training that we want. If, the training's only weekend, that's the small part of it. So I don't know necessarily how to go about it, but I think what should be happening is both sides should be trying to bring as many ideas to the table or trainings to the table that we can find, so that both sides can agree on one and we can get trained together. If that takes a year, it doesn't, I guess I'm not concerned as long as we are trained by the timeline, but I think that's the main goal is to find that training that we both can agree on.
Yeah, and as Kim and I talked, we said that'll take a while. So is the group looking for me to then bring conversation back through governance? I just want to know what the process should be here, David, and then I'm looking for some guidance.
Thank you, Rebecca. No, I think Seth is spot on. The training is going to be probably a weekend, as he said, or a couple of evenings. The important thing is the board. This is to get the board and the FEA working together. As Jim said, we're shifting paradigms, and it's going to be very important that both sides are on board. I think you should be talking with the FEA president and just simply reporting back to the entire board at a meeting as to what their feelings are. We come up with a training that meets both of our needs, and then we just go forward from there.
Thanks, David. Robin.
David pretty much covered it. Just please, I recommend you visit with Kim and you determine how to move forward together. no reason to bring it to governance.
All right, sounds good. Seth?
I would suggest the next step in the process might be you and I and Kim and Grant meet up so that we can figure out a process of, I think that's the next step, but it doesn't have to be, I mean, me and Grant don't have to be included. It can be just you and Kim as well. It doesn't matter. But I think the next step is to figure out the process by which we're going to figure out where our training comes from. I think that's the next hurdle in this thing is figuring out the process by which we're going to decide who we get trained by.
Good suggestion. Okay. Any other comments on this? Nikki, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I was going to suggest Seth beat me to the punch. I think it makes sense if you want to expand it to include the chairs as well. I'm not sure that we need to lock you and Kim in a room and hope you come out with a winner. Per se, you know, if you each have your own ideas. I think David nailed it. And I like Seth's recommendation because it was in my head too, that if you need to expand it, include the chairs, and maybe there are 4 of you instead of 2 of you trying to figure this out.
Okay, I will take, I'll take the information to Kim and we will talk further about that. Robin.
Quickly, I think in the meantime, if we can all research different negotiations models and submit them to Rebecca. I know that Brian has different models from South Dakota and North Dakota. So again, throw everything on the table and let's just put it in a basket and figure out which way to proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to send anything my way regarding models or training, any kind of research that you've come up with or come across. I will not hesitate to take a look at that. All right, so that takes us through item 3 on the agenda. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, we are going to get ready to start again on item 4. We get to sit back and listen and learn regarding some great long-term planning needs for the school district, and spend some time listening to the fine words from Dr. Gross and Missy and Dr. Gandhi and Jackie as we talk about some long-term financial planning. So let's kick it off with the ECSE and Hawthorne addition discussion. We have a couple of drawings that were provided to us in the agenda link, and also printouts that pertain to Hawthorne. Missy is assigned to this first item. Go ahead, Missy.
Well, Rebecca, before we get there, I'm going to kind of do a brief overview and kind of contextualize everything, and then we're going to kind of go deeper into letters A through E.
Sure,
And kind of
go ahead.
So first off, I do just need to put a qualifier out there that the purpose of this work session is because administration needs kind of direction on which way to go. So I'm going to use the term brainstorming today. If there's any information presented to you today from administration, that is not a administrative endorsed plan. It is just, we're trying to show you the impact of different scenarios for your decision making. It does not mean that we want to go one way or the other, or that we're trying to do kind of work ahead of time. So everything's fluid and moving. We're going to talk about long-term planning. Everything from A through E is related and has a direct impact on one another. So this conversation, I'm going to provide a little bit of an overview of everything that's covered under number 4 on your agenda, and then we can go deeper based on the direction that the board wants to go. So I'm going to start by sharing just a set of facts. And if you'd like to take notes, maybe kind of take notes, because we'll have to go back to and operate from these facts. So this is the current status quo of where we are as a district. We currently own land about 80 acres south of 76th Avenue. It is my understanding that the land was purchased prior to me starting as a superintendent, with the original vision of that 80 acres can possibly accommodate a middle school or a future Southside Elementary School. Last year, when meeting with the city of Fargo, we were told that to be able to build on that land at an affordable cost, we wouldn't be able to do that until the diversion is figured out. If we try to build on there before the diversion is completed, or before that land is flood protected, it would be an exponential cost increase because it'd have to be on a higher floodplain. With that being said, the diversion currently, as scheduled, is set to be completed in spring of 2027. These are just one set of facts. Moving forward, Bennett Elementary is starting to become a concern for the district. This year, Bennett Elementary had 50 more students than we expected. It is currently our furthest south elementary school. It now has a 6-section kindergarten and a 6-section first grade class. When we did the Lewis and Clark Explorer Academy remodel, we moved one portable from there to Bennett Elementary School. They're now using that portable for music. So we as a district, one of the problems that we need to solve is, what are we going to do with the continuous growth at Bennett Elementary? So one of the considerations for the board today is also, do we try to find a solution, or does administration try to find a solution? Missy will dive deeper into this to talk about how to hold over the growth at Bennett until the land that we own on 76 is at a point where we can develop an elementary school and build it? Or is that going to be too long? And then do we need to look for a separate piece of land on the south side of town to build another elementary school? And there's a couple of different scenarios and different things that we can take, and we'll present those deeper as well. Moving forward, additionally, it is administration's understanding, based on the work sessions that were resulting from the task forces, and we went through the secondary boundary changes, that this board has updated our long-range plan to have a vision of 4 comprehensive middle schools feeding 4 comprehensive high schools down the road. If we want a consistent middle school to high school feeder pattern, then the only way we're going to be able to keep up with the far south Fargo growth, in my opinion, and kind of what we're seeing, is going to be to have 2 south side options. And when I say 2 south side options, I mean separate Discovery Middle School and Davies High School from being a feeder pattern. So if we were to do that, and this is not anytime in the immediate future, but there are implications. If we were to do that, we would find a location or land for a high school that can be paired with Discovery, and then down the road also build a middle school at some point when we need it. That middle school would feed Davies. So what that does is gives you 2 far south Fargo options to contain the growth, but not get way ahead of the city infrastructure, which has kind of been a perennial problem since we were a linear city. Planning is going to consider some options to purchase land that could be a future site for a high school to be paired with Discovery. There isn't much land near Discovery for a high school on the east side of the interstate. So we want to look at just some options, and these are just considerations. Again, nothing here is something that we have to do, but just considerations, as we know that there's going to be some development down the road around the Career Innovation Center, the 64th and 45th area south of Walmart, west side of the interstate, where the potential Sanford Park District Sports Complex is going to be. So could that be a site that we could purchase land now for a future high school when we need it? That high school would be the high school that Discovery Middle School feeds into. So that's another set of facts. Third bucket that we're taking a look at is over the last year and a half, the board has also given administration the direction that we need to take a look at what is the longer term plan with the Agassiz building. With the move to the district office, basically, we have been able to find a home for almost all of the programs at Agassiz except for Dakota High School and adult education, which should stay together. So that is also going to be a cost to the district down the road when we try to find a new home for that program. All of these things are related to each other. Item A is a product of the task forces that we committed in 2019, which had a vision of 3 early childhood special education satellite locations throughout town, a north, central, and south. Originally, our plan was that the north location would be the remodel we did at Longfellow, which is now completed and active. A central location, we have talked to planning, and we're bringing it here today as well, is a potential addition to Hawthorne to be the central location. And then when we build a Southside Elementary School, at that point, it would be easier to add a 4 classroom ECSE suite to that versus doing some renovation. That is one of the visions that administrations had. Now, if we today, through the discussion and the information presented by Bob and Missy, determine, hey, we need to figure out the Bennett situation first, and we've decided to build an elementary school and prioritize that piece of action before ECSE, then we can maybe hold on the Hawthorne project, not move forward with that project, but build the Southside option for ECSE, knowing that we still don't have a complete plan for Agassiz yet, because we haven't, we are going to hold on to that building until we have a place for Dakota High School and adult ed that meets their needs as well, which might be multiple years because it's hard to find a facility for a high school and an adult education program as well. So everything is a little bit interrelated. Our vision today is to kind of brainstorm, talk through some of these challenges with the board to help us prioritize. And then we also can have, we have a living document, which is the long-range financial planning, because we only have a certain amount of capacity, whether it's through bonding or what's in our building fund, and how those funds regenerate to do projects in a certain amount of time. If we are trying to exercise the funds that we have without having to go to our taxpayers, which I would assume is one of our goals as well. So we need to be kind of strategic in being able to do that. So that's going to be some of the conversations today and where we are. So I will now hand it over to Missy to talk through some of these considerations. I know Bob has some things as well. Again, these are just different pieces of information for the board to consider, and then we'll try to help facilitate the conversation as we go through that.
Before you get going, Missy, how about if we work this session or this section where administration, you take care of the dialogue here, and then I will watch to see if anyone has a hand raised and then try to call on those people and facilitate that part of it. Does that work for everyone?
That would be great for us.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Missy.
Okay. So in your packet, you have two pictures of the Hawthorne edition that we have. And the first thing I'd like to just go over is kind of echoing what Dr. Gandhi said, is that the task force had met and recommended 3 satellite locations. And then we had the decommissioning of Agassiz. So as we're looking at moving the students out, Longfellow is up and working with 4 classrooms and a PT area. But one of the pieces we should look at is the enrollment. In 2019-20, we started the year with 103 ECSE students, and we ended the year with 166 because they're on a rolling enrollment for early childhood. In 2021, we started the year with 118 students and ended with 181. And again, rolling enrollment. This year we jumped. We started the year with 138 students. And so that would put us with, we're kind of doing the same growth over time, just about 200 at the end of the year if we're predicting as we go forward. So we're growing a little faster than we originally thought for ECSE. Probably the complication is services do vary. Not everyone comes on site for a preschool experience. Some might just be speech. And we also partner with Head Start and we push into their rooms. And we have been housing Head Start at Agassiz. And that is, with space being difficult, will be hard for us to offer if we are decommissioning Agassiz and we're putting this onto our buildings as we go forward. So just a couple of pieces. So one of the things, if you will look at the larger picture in your packet that we have, I'd just like to go through that. And in fact, I will pull it up and share on my screen if that's okay with everyone. So we're looking at the same drawing. Can everyone see that? Okay. So what we have is on this picture, and hopefully my cursor's on there, originally we were thinking that we needed 4 classrooms for ECSE and 1 classroom for large group motor, because one of the issues at Hawthorne is they have 1 gym, but it's also their lunchroom. So they don't have a separate lunch facility. So we thought we needed 5 classrooms. We do need an OT space across large motor, but the way the drawing came out, we were able to fit another classroom in. And I think that would benefit us since the numbers are higher than we thought for this satellite location. This multi-impairment room is one that we felt was important, that it could serve the district because we have some specialized programs. And that would be for students of K through 5, if needed, as we are moving forward in development. The special ed room here is actually for Hawthorne. Hawthorne is short a couple of spaces. They've done a great job trying to make it work, but they do need a special ed room. They also need a lounge that could handle the additional staff with the Hawthorne addition and with the Hawthorne staff. And so that's where the lounge is. We would be moving Donna and her admin assistant to this location. And then we have room for our itinerant staff. So this would be our central location for initial testing and evaluation. And that's why you have the conference room and eval space on there. One piece that we did like is that we were able to put the playground to the just right in between Hawthorne and this addition, and it would be fenced because there would be a retaining pond to the left, and that is something we have to have as we go forward. And the only other change, is the lactation space, and that's just standards to make sure that every building does have a lactation space as we move forward for access. Small group room storage, tried to use the space as efficiently as we could, but I would certainly take any questions on this rendering.
I have one question. The playground, is that specifically for this addition then?
We would certainly be able to benefit for the rest of the staff, but we are keeping the playground we currently have, which is on the south end of Hawthorne.
Okay, Jim.
Jim, you're muted.
I think I understand this, but I just want to confirm it. We'd be using the current primary entrance to Hawthorne for this program as well, correct?
I gotta look here. I gotta look at the larger drawing, because we did figure out that we could have them enter from the side of the building. And so the students would get off the bus on the right side, closer to the addition. And this is working with Blake. And then they would come into the Hawthorne building and take a right in front of the library. But if parents came to visit during the day, they'd have to go through the regular Hawthorne and be checked in for a secure entry.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
All right.
Where-
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yep, I was just saying, where are we going next?
Well, if there's no other questions, I think the best course would be then to talk about Bennett Elementary School, because I think we have to kind of help prioritize projects as well. So Missy, maybe you can talk about the needs for Bennett, and then Dr. Gross, if you want to maybe screen share after that, talk about some of the options that we've considered. And where
And
we go.
I apologize. Robin has her hand up.
So parking is always an issue at Hawthorne, and with the extra staff here, will that exacerbate the parking issue? Or is that helped with the RDO purchase?
My understanding is that the RDO purchase did really help us to support parking. And so if there are a second rendering that shows how the parking lots would be merged, that we would prioritize spaces for Hawthorne.
Jennifer.
Thank you. Rebecca, is that okay? Yeah. All right. So my question then, thank you, Missy, is related to when we first talked about this at maybe planning, we talked about or it was mentioned around this storm retention water pond being a possible maybe concern. I see that you've fenced the new playground, but does that exist for the current playground as well? Or what sort of safety measures would be addressed there? And then I have a follow-up if I may.
Okay, so the current playground, and I think that's a fair question. I do not think we have that on the rendering as fenced at all, and that might be something that we need to look at. I also know that I would like to talk to Blake, because we went back and forth. Are we allowed to fence the retention pond? And
Yes.
so that might be the question, but I can follow up on that.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then if I may, my second question is in regards to, and I know that in the beginning you mentioned, the goal being a north side, a middle, and a south side, and perhaps, so I guess, but my question is existing buildings. Yes, we've talked about, Agassiz, and what programs are moving and where we need to find locations for a couple additional for the high school, you know, and the adult programming. But what about existing space for these additional 4 classrooms? Because not all of our elementaries are currently fully utilized, correct? And I get that then we run into this challenge about the actual location, but I feel like it's an important question that needs to be answered just because we do have existing building spaces.
I do think it's probably can be combined a little bit when we start talking about Bennett and the south side as we go forward. So if you're okay, I will blend that in to that explanation.
Yes.
Okay. Are we okay to move on to the elementary as we go forward? Okay, so what this year, we were expecting about 612 students at Bennett. We ended up with 640 students. And so we have 32 sections at the building, which really is the maximum number of sections. But I will say that our class size is at or below target. I mean, so nice class size. So there is space there for some additional students. The expected growth, if we don't change anything, looks like from RSP that we probably grow about 30 to 40 students a year going forward, which would put us at capacity the fall of 23. Now, one of the things in the long-term planning says that, well, if we're at that point, we could go higher class size. That's one of the pieces. And then you would be probably in the fall of 24 around 730 students as that area grows, which is pretty packed for a very large building. So we started looking at what space do we have, and that kind of is to Jennifer's question. And there is room at both Kennedy and Centennial for some additional growth. And then what makes sense. And so that's really why we're here today, to kind of go through a couple options to look at, because one of the options could be that we'd say, let's repurpose space at one of the buildings for ECSE as we go forward. But it might be that we should prioritize K-5 to make sure we have space for the new students and the growth south of town. I don't know, Dr. Gandhi, if you want to add to that at all.
No, I think this just kind of talks about, Missy, you're hitting it perfect. What we said earlier, everything is a little bit interconnected here. So we're about to go into a lot of different webs that we can spiral from here. So we're going to show you some options about a new elementary school on the land that we own, a new elementary school if we had to purchase land somewhere else, or taking a look at using the capacity that we have at Centennial and Kennedy to offset Bennett until we have the ability to build on the land that we own as well. And then if we don't do any of those options, then maybe some of the space that we do have at Kennedy particularly could be considered for a Southside ECSC, but then that would also involve renovation of classrooms to meet the needs of ECSC students. So everything's a little bit interconnected. So just know that as we start kind of this brainstorming session.
And then I did want to mention that we started the day before school started. We were at 906 kindergartners for our district. And then over the course of the week of school and the next week, we're up to 936 kindergartners. And so we saw kind of some late registrations. I'm not sure if that was just COVID related or some people really waiting on some decisions, but we did exceed our kindergarten number. That was the RSP thought we'd be around 912. And so, yes, that's good, but it also shows that where we were seeing that growth was the south side.
All right, so should we jump into the elementary school conversation? I'll hand it over to Dr. Gross.
Okay, well, thank you. So I just wanted to connect what we've been talking about here. Here are the RSP projections that Missy was discussing and sharing with you. And again, out there in 2024, 25. if all the growth continues, that's where we are above that capacity. And at Centennial, you'll notice that it is fairly consistent all the way through. So based on those two pieces of data is really where the next part of this conversation goes. So what I'd like to do is make sure I'm sharing the correct screen here. Sorry about that. I have multiple screens open. So in front of you is our current boundaries on the south side of town. So the green is Kennedy, the gray is Centennial, the blue is Bennett Elementary, and this is our software guide K-12, which then basically geocodes all of our students. And over on the left-hand side, you can see a synopsis of are we above or below the capacity. So at Bennett, it says if we would use every classroom and we were at the maximum number of students, our target enrollment, we would have a little bit of room, and Missy mentioned that earlier, for about 71 students. At Centennial, there is that capacity or the possibility for almost 100 and some more students based upon today's students, where they are located under these new boundaries. So then the thought was, if we know that we have continued growth on the south side, and in particular, I'm hoping my mouse is showing, this area here is an area of potential growth, and a lot of homes are being built. That is in the Bennett school area. And also then, as we look at this area as well, how could we potentially look to build a new building down the road, but how could we delay that long enough? So what Dr. Gandhi was mentioning about and the diversion, would there be a way that we could utilize some capacity in some of our other buildings and then potentially delay that build just slightly? So one way to potentially do that is if we look at the area that I pointed out of a large growth, the wonder is, and this is just a brainstorm like Dr. Gandhi mentioned, this is not a proposal. The wonder is if this area was rezoned to Centennial, and those students basically would drive up 25th Street to Centennial, you'll see that that basically flips the open spot or capacity in Bennett and Centennial. Now Bennett has room for about 100 and some students, Centennial only 70 some students. But what that would do is this area where there is a lot of growth now is no longer in the Bennett catchment area, if we went forward with a plan such as this, but in the Centennial catchment area. So we could utilize that capacity in both of those buildings moving forward. Then once we get to the point where those buildings become completely utilized, which with the potential growth on the south side, we certainly see that happening. What could a new boundary look like for a new elementary school? And that would be on this screen here. One possibility could be if we could utilize the land that we currently own on the south side of 76th and build a building there, or build it on the other side of the interstate, just someplace on the south side. And again, that's where we'd have to have those conversations. A boundary could look something like this. Centennial, if this area became too large, or if this area, which is in the Kennedy catchment area, grew too quickly because some of the other things are happening on the south side, this could potentially be under that new school building as well. But just looking at kind of a stepped or phased approach to how we could utilize that space at Centennial to eliminate some of the stress on Bennett. We did look for, or we talked about, are there other ways to have students who are in Centennial or even Bennett go to Kennedy Elementary The difficulty of that would be if you were to say this area on the north side of Centennial to go to Kennedy. Now that is a very large number of students. That's over 230 students. So that just would not work. Also, if we would say, well, what if this area would go to Kennedy? Now we are crossing that interstate, and until maybe the overpass at 64th is developed, there wouldn't be as convenient a way to get there. So again, not that this is the plan, but an option to way to look to step that in from what we currently are at, knowing that we have some concerns about Bennett and that we have some room at Centennial, a potential quick boundary change of this area that again would utilize that capacity, and then long range thinking about someplace on the south side, a new school, and what those boundaries could look like. So just wanted to share that with the team and with the board of what are some potential things that we could look at.
Robin, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So our guiding principles talk about what to do in the interim before we build another school. And we need, what, 50% of that capacity to build. That's in our principles. There are a couple steps that are included in there. One is to move boundaries. Another is to use portables. I will oppose portables because I'm in Bennett often. Sometimes when those schools get so large, the ancillary spaces are not adequate. And we'd almost have to add more lunch space, more gym. So the interim step to me makes a lot more sense I know people don't like it, but to move where there is space.
David? You're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks, Rebecca. I have two questions. If we change the boundaries, whether it's permanent or temporary between Centennial and Bennett, we're going to hear neighborhood schools brought up again. Is this a feasible distance for safe biking or walking distance for the elementary students? And then I have a second question. You may want to address them individually or together. In the opinion of the administration, which is a more essential need right now? Do we need the space at Hawthorne to meet the needs of our special ed students, or do we need to address the south side growth first? I'm done.
Dr.
I will
Gandhi?
I'll do my best, David, to answer both of those. You know, I think we can certainly pull up the map again and take a look. I would also look to the board, not being part of some of the neighborhood schools work that was before my time. What is the expectation for that distance? I think that's really up to the board. And David, not to give a vague answer, but the second question really determines on what does the board want to invest in this moment in time, right? Resources, specifically economic resources, are finite. So we have to prioritize. That our response to what administration sees a bigger need is going to be dependent on what does the board want to do in the interim. So if portables are not an option for Bennett, are we going to go for a longer class size? And if we're going to go for a larger class size, is the board okay with doing that until we have the ability to develop on the land on the 76? Or do we just want to do a larger class size until we can build on a new land somewhere else, in which case we have to go find some place on the south side of town for an elementary school? So that's kind of where we need a little bit of that direction from the board is what can we do in the interim that would be okay when Bennett gets to the point where we can't have any more students there, or it's just getting a little too big, according to our guiding principles and the class size requirements that we're putting in. So that's a little bit of how I would answer that. Missy, I'm not sure if you have anything else.
And I see Jim and Seth have their hands up, but Missy, do you have anything to add first?
Nope, I'm good. I think Rupat covered it.
Okay, go ahead, Jim, Seth, and then Jennifer, and then David.
I just want to share a thought, getting back to David's question about accessibility for if we were to take that section that currently goes to Bennett and assign it to Centennial. My guess is, and not too many parents would let their kindergartner through 5th grade walk that distance to school or ride a bike. But that being said, I think it's quite a ways for that neighborhood to get to Bennett as well. So I doubt there are kids that are walking or biking from that neighborhood currently. My guess is they're either getting dropped off by parents or taking the bus, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure where Bennett is, but I think it's about on 64th Avenue thereabouts. Maybe a little bit north of there. So I think you're looking at a good mile or more for those people to begin with.
Seth?
This kind of goes to David's point a little bit. It seems that as far as prioritizing, it seems that we could kind of kill two birds in one stone if we prioritize building the new elementary school, because if that new elementary school is going to have the ECSC wing to it, that solves what we have planned for Hawthorne, but then it also solves the Bennett issue. It's now that brings up the other question of, do we buy new land or do we build on what we have? If it's expensive for us to build on the land until after 27, we're going to need that land anyway for another middle school. So it seems to me the most efficient and cost effective way to do it is to build the new school with the ECSC wing on it and prioritize that and look for new land so that it's not expensive for us to build on the land that we currently have. It's just a thought, and if I'm wrong in any of my assumptions, please let me know, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, and we're going to be talking about Dakota High School here coming up. So we do have space, though, still at Agassiz, considering we haven't found a new home yet for Dakota High School for ECSC. So it's not that it's so much fulfilling the wish of the task force in terms of a relocation to have a central and then a farther south location for ECSC, but those students do have a place to be going to school. It seems to me the most pressing matter, unless we were to quickly find a new location for Dakota, which we can again talk about later, but it seems like the most pressing issue right now is that growth on the far south side regarding those elementaries. Okay, Jennifer and Brian.
Thank you. So regarding David's question, I just thank you for that, because he's absolutely right. One of the biggest things that we heard in the last boundary discussion was about distance. And so when I look at the distance and proximity to elementary scenarios that Bob just shared, that sliver just north of 40th Avenue right now is kind of divided into, some go to Ed Clap and some go to Centennial. There's that 40th Avenue underpass, so they wouldn't be crossing over the interstate. There's an underpass there, and it looks like the distance is not far. I would need to calculate it, but I too have that same question. How far would that be? Because in our discussions about, building and thinking long-term and building a middle school next to Davies to accommodate that growth, we also received quite a bit of pushback about using existing facilities. And wasn't that long ago, right, that we all just had this conversation and moved a significant amount of kiddos, families, farther away from their schools, middle school in particular. And so I think that we need to have that conversation here as well in terms of utilizing our building space with the least disruption possible. And also at the same time, future planning. But it seems to me that I don't think we need to not just choose one or the other. I think we need to do both, I guess is where I'm going with that, if that makes sense. But I would, Bob, like to know the distance, if possible, from that little neighborhood that you had circled, and in terms of proximity to Kennedy, because that you had showed available capacity there of over 200 at Kennedy. So I'm curious. And that would be a better sort of long-term adjustment, right? Without having to bounce kids back and forth. Wouldn't necessarily need to be temporary, I guess is what I'm saying.
Dr. Gross, if you could take a look at that, and that in the meantime, Brian, Rupak, and then David. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, so I think we should make sure that we utilize all of our spaces that we have first. And if we've got to add to more of the classes, then I suppose we do. But along with that comes the, moving students and boundaries. And that doesn't seem real popular either, no matter what we do on that whole thing. But the other thing I thought of was, weren't we at one time looking at a junior high school next to Davies? As that would be the potential in sharing the green space, the football field and all those things as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's keep that question and on our list, and then go to Dr. Gandhi and then David.
Thank you. I'll be able to answer a little bit of Brian's question as well. I have the map in front because let me first get to what Jennifer's question is about utilizing existing space. Unfortunately, this board might need to tell us what to do, because if the vision is to have a consistent feeder pattern, you're not going to be able to utilize all of the spaces with just your traditional education programming. And for example, South High School was built for more students than the amount of students that Carl Ben can take plus one grade level, right? So we have changed our target enrollment last year based on the board's vision that we want to have a consistent feeder pattern, because that's now an important number for consideration. Because if South, for example, can have more students than what Carl Ben plus one grade level can have, then you would have to split up that consistent feeder pattern, because then you'd have to take some kids from Discovery to go to South. And that's what the board said that they didn't want to do last year. So keep that in mind, that you have two conflicting principles at this point. And we're operating from the premise of a consistent feeder pattern. So if we were to do that, then you're going to have some of those inequities, just the way the buildings have been built in the past. But moving forward, we do need to take a look at the alignment between a feeder pattern. So the reason I have my map here is because if we were to build an elementary school before we build on the land that we own on 76 on the east side of the interstate, we would probably have to go to the west side of the interstate. And I can't guarantee this because we don't own any land. We'd have to look for it. But we know there's probably stuff around kind of where the Sanford Sports Complex is. If we decide to build an elementary school there first, because we can't wait till the diversion's figured out on the 76, then we need to consider, okay, what would be the new boundaries for this elementary school? Which middle school would it feed into? And then which high school would feed into, to make sure that those numbers are aligned, that down the road, we're not having more elementary schools or a higher number that can't feed into the middle school appropriately. And then you don't have the feeder pattern, and the other way around. Because the way I view it is that if we build an elementary school on the west side of the interstate, and we go with the 4 middle schools feeding into the 4 high schools, that will go into a different high school. But if we build on the land that we have in the 76, that'll be part of the Davies feeder pattern. So that's something that we need to consider as well, what the impact of this is going to be on our secondary buildings, because currently Davies is at 1360. So we may need to go back to that 8th, 9th grade center first to take off some of that pressure for Discovery and Davies. But we also have to take a look at the implications. I know what I shared is a lot. Hopefully that kind of makes sense, but just something to consider as well.
David, and then Dr. Gross.
I really appreciate both Jennifer and Brian bringing up the utilization factor. I'm going to be hard pressed to be in favor of an elementary when we have, with not too much difficulty, we can change the Centennial and Bennett area. The Centennial area is virtually filled up as far as growth. So you should be looking at a pretty stable growth, and this should buy us several years, I would feel. And it's bothered me, and we've ducked this issue many, many times, but we have what I refer to as some severely underutilized elementary buildings in the north side that we continue to keep open, and yet we're at the same time we want to build more in the south end, and we're going to have to build in the south end, there's no doubt. I hope that by moving some students in the Centennial and Bennett area, possibly that buys us more time. But we still nobody addressed my question as to whether how dire a need do we have for more classrooms for ECSC, for our special ed students. Are we addressing their IEPs? Are they getting the education they need? They must have, I think is the term to use.
So we are.
Okay, Missy, so we want to answer that question. Also, Dr. Gross, you had your hand up. So if we could go to you, Dr. Gross, and then Missy to help answer David's question.
I just put my hand up just to answer a question that was asked earlier about distance between 2 different areas of our community and Kennedy. But also just wanted to state that we shared that as just one possible solution, one possible look at a boundary change. It doesn't mean that we are recommending that one and we would need more time to study. It would be how could we utilize capacity in those 3 buildings to the best that we can, and then hopefully delay the need for a building of a new elementary school. That was really the process that we wanted to share with you. But to answer the specific question, I just went up someplace in the area that was talked about in that what is now part of Centennial, and it's about 3 miles to Kennedy. And then I also went down, let's see.
Bob, that area is currently in CLAP.
Yep, I have to go right here. Let me just move this, sorry.
You have to go to the other side of 32nd.
Yeah, it's, I'll do that. But then the area that we were talking about, it's about 4 miles. And I can quickly update this one. So we're probably talking 2 miles compared to 4 miles. Just to answer the question that was asked. But again, we're not suggesting that boundary change. It's just the concept of utilizing the capacity in those 3 buildings.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Gross. Okay, Missy, to David's question.
So for ECSE, currently we are okay for classrooms because we have Agassiz. So that's where we're okay. If Agassiz would sell or something like that, that would cause some issues as we go forward. So currently we're okay. If we did exhaust the space we currently have without Hawthorne, and it was a classroom or 2 because the growth is not instantaneously 4 classrooms, we would then we'd have to put them in an elementary building. that has two. But one of the things we have struggled with going to adequate space, I think Robin mentioned this, is we always need to have the availability of a toilet and a changing table for our ECSE program. So that is an expense of remodel, no matter probably if you go into an existing building.
Thank you, Missy.
Jennifer.
Thank you. So my question really is around, Rupak, what you shared, consistent feeder patterns, because we do have split elementary schools, at least 4, maybe 5, currently. Granted, we don't split our middle schools yet, and decided in the last shift to keep it, so far that way. But the elementary schools are already split. And Ed Clap would be one of those that is split. And so then my second comment would be around Centennial and the numbers at Discovery. That neighborhood that Bob is sharing in this particular example, correct me if I'm wrong, but they already do go to Discovery. That wouldn't change. Only their elementary would change. Correct?
As of right now, as we looked at this as a potential, yes, it
Yes.
would be the elementary school that would be changed.
Yes. Okay. So that doesn't then cause a problem at the middle school level. And then if I may ask a clarification, Bob, when you said 2 miles and 4 miles, are you saying that current neighborhood is 4 miles away from Bennett and only 2 miles away from Kennedy?
What I thought I was doing was the area that is on the northern part of the Centennial boundary, from there
Yep.
to Kennedy is approximately 2 miles.
2 miles.
And from the area that I highlighted to Kennedy is approximately 4 miles. But again, that was just a possibility.
Right. No, but I just wanted to clarify the answer to make sure that I understood where you were looking from.
Mhm.
I mean, even
Robin.
Frontier, asked the same question about Frontier area, and the distance there. But so thank you.
Robin.
What is the current walkout for busing? Is it 0.9 miles? Does anybody have that off the top of their head?
I'll look for it. I think I have it in an email or in a document.
I actually thought for elementary, it was a half mile.
And so-
Okay,
Jen.
I'm wondering on the agenda here, how administration, how are you feeling? Because you're going to be looking for some kind of direction from the board in terms of how to move forward, right? Like, because we're talking about capacity issues, and I think you're wondering what's the sense of the board in terms of moving forward and trying to solve some of those capacity issues. There are a variety of ways that we can do that, and we need to provide you with ideally some kind of a consensus for moving forward. Do we need to do that right now on this part of the agenda before we get too far along, or do we want to keep discussing? Dr. Gandhi?
And I don't mind keep discussing if we need, but we will need to walk away today with some sort of kind of direction on what we're doing, because some of this stuff was directly going to impact what we're doing at planning tomorrow. This impacts how we develop our long-range facilities plan and financial plan, which will be coming to the board as well. So D and E, which is Dakota High School and the long-term financial planning, E is just basically saying, Jackie and her team are going to have to work to develop what our capacity is to finance these different projects. And she can share, one potential model, but that's fluid based on what we decide here today, what we're going to prioritize. D is also, will the cost and investment we make in these elementary programs and the early childhood special education programs cause us to have to wait on trying to find a new home for Dakota High School for a little bit, because we can only afford so much at a certain amount of time. So these are just things that we need to talk. So that's going to be kind of what we are looking for today. And ultimately, I think something to consider right now, and maybe Missy can chime in here too, is we're already I don't want to say behind the eight ball, but with Bennett, we're already going to have a couple of years where we're going to go above our class sizes. We're going to have to accommodate. Even if we said, let's build tomorrow, it takes a couple of years to build an elementary school, and we're going to be over enrollment there. So how long is the board willing to go with an intermediary if it allows us to build on the land that we own, or do we need to not look at that option? And we can talk about that intermediary is, we've talked about increasing class sizes. We've talked about a boundary change. We've even considered as administration, like everything's on the table at this point. Do we look at other facilities like churches on 25th that have classroom space to rent those? And those are not all ideal situations, but that's kind of what we're looking for direction right now.
Robin?
Not to make us even more clumsy, but at some point, okay, so I've been fighting for small class sizes for a long time. And we're only talking about the building fund here. So if we continue to fight for the small class sizes, our general fund expenditures are going to go up. And that's why we're deficit spending. I don't want us to forget the general fund in this conversation. I would also say we are going to hopefully have a standard of efforts conversation, and that might end up with repurposing some of those enrichment programs that would free up some space in schools. So that's I don't want us to forget about that. We keep talking about we can afford it at this time and that time, but please don't forget about the general fund. And please don't forget about class sizes and paying our educators and compensating them fairly and well.
If we hold on to Agassiz and keep ECSE there and Dakota, what kinds of challenges will we be running into if we prioritize or maybe needing to prioritize the South Side elementary solution? There's some upkeep at Agassiz, and the reasons obviously that we talked about maybe decommissioning that building and selling it. But if we decide that we need to utilize that space for the next, coming few years, what kind of a challenge does that pose to us? Or does it not really pose any serious challenges? Jim?
Jim.
Well, first of all, I got a thought to share, and then I'd like to request a short break if possible. I want to go back to something Seth shared quite a bit ago, and he was spot on. When and if we build a new elementary building out south, I suspect we will be putting an addition on for early special ed. But that still doesn't solve what the committee that studied this several years ago for the district and made a recommendation, because it still doesn't give us a central location. Right now, we have a permanent, quote unquote, whatever permanent means in public education, north side location at Longfellow. We've got a location at Agassiz, but we have a desire to offload that property over time, actually sooner rather than later, probably. And ultimately, we realize we're going to have a new permanent home out south. And from what I've digested so far in this morning, at least my current thinking is, why wouldn't we do the boundary adjustment on an elementary level to free up the capacity we need at Bennett? That looked to me to buy us 3 to 4 years before we're going to have a crunch at elementary numbers, depending upon how fast we grow. And that would allow us then to do the addition on Hawthorne now, with the idea that I believe, and I'm sure when we get to long range financial plan a little later, Jackie will correct me if I'm wrong, I think we'd have the capacity to bring an elementary building online probably 3 to 4 years from now in the building fund as well. So I'm kind of leaning towards making the central location for early special ed maybe I wouldn't say our number one priority. I dual track a boundary change for Bennett with that as our first priority, and then start addressing the looking at land out south for a future elementary site, which I think is going to have to happen probably before a new middle school out south. At least that's my sense, but I would appreciate a break when you get a chance, Rebecca.
How about if we take a break right now? And then I'll start with Robin and David when we get back. And then Nikki and Tracy, I'm just wondering if there's anything that you would like to share. So while we're on our break, you can see if there's anything you'd like to speak to. Okay, 5 minutes. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, welcome back. David and Robin have their hand up. So I see Robin on the screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. 3 comments. Let's not forget that we could always swap that land that is adjacent to Davies. And we do that often. We buy property in the far south when it's less expensive with the intention of either building on it or swapping it. I agree with Jim. I think changing the boundaries will buy us some time. And then really the reason I raised my hand is I would like some feedback from Tracy and Nikki, but you beat me to that question. So thanks, Rebecca.
Okay, David, and then Nikki and Tracy.
No, I just wanted to say I completely agree with what Jim said. I think it makes the most sense for the time being. A slight adjustment of the centennial boundary should give us, as he said, 3 to 4 and possibly more than that. And then it allows us to address the needs of a central special ed location, because we're going to lose Agassiz, probably sooner rather than later. I just think that's the best idea right now.
Thank you, David. Nikki, Tracy, any thoughts?
I guess I've just been kind of listening and learning. What Jim said makes a lot of sense to me. I'm trying to figure out, I think Dr. Gandhi's question is fair. What, help us work this out. What's the most priority? What floats to the top? And David's right too. I want to know what's kind of first, because it all seems like it needs to happen together. But if adjusting the boundaries helps us buy some time so that we can focus on ECSE, I think that's the wise thing to do for right now.
Yeah, thank you. I just agree. I'm just sort of listening and learning. This is obviously very complex. I think there's probably a reason this district's been talking about this for quite a while. If there was an easy fix, we would have done it by now. And it's very nuanced. It just seems to me that working backwards makes the most sense from our ultimate, plan for our overcrowding down south. I mean, the ultimate plan for our next high school and middle school, and then going from there. I agree as well that a boundary change between Centennial and Bennett seems to make a lot of sense in the interim. It's interesting to hear that Bennett's going to be above capacity no matter what we do for a few years, if I understood that correctly. And really, if we're, adjusting class sizes or adding temporary space, that still is not going to affect, to your point, Robin, about the ancillary spaces. You're still going to be overcrowded in larger gathering areas. So that got my attention. And then I agree, whatever administration feels is the most pressing or what guidance you need from us today, I think we need to prioritize that as a vote.
Dr. Gandhi?
Yeah, thank you to all the board members for their feedback. It really is just a matter of what is your values and what do we want to prioritize, and then we can kind of give some administrative recommendations that way based on kind of what I'm hearing, which is some board member support for the proposal that Jim had talked about, addressing it with a two-pronged strategy of the potential boundary change and focusing on ECSE. I'm going to put Jackie on the spot a little bit just to share what does that do as a very rough draft of our financial capacity. But I also just want to put out there now 2 potential implications, which I think they're fine, but just some things for the board members to consider. One is that what Dr. Gross shared earlier, that we'll dive deeper and do more research and obviously bring it to the board if we were to look at a potential boundary change. But you will probably hear from some families who might be in that area where their boundaries might change now, and then when we decide to build a new elementary school, we might have to flip it back. So that's some feedback that you have received in the past as well, just something for you to consider. And then I think that was the main thing I could think of now, but I'll let Jackie kind of walk through what this could look like if we're starting to build a long-term financial plan. And sorry for being all over the place. I remember my second point. Also, just remember that we're as good as the information we have at this point in time. we're sharing you numbers based on where kids are now currently geocoded. But when you do a boundary change, we're not considering, we don't have access to the data of what the growth is going to be, which families are going to live there. So even at best, this is our best estimate based on how kids are geocoded at this point in time.
All right, Jackie, I know that you have your screen shared. Jennifer, you had your hand up. Do you have a question that needs to be addressed before Jackie shares this information?
Yes, please. Thank you. So to both Robin and David's questions earlier around both the standard of effort in terms of programming changes that may or may not happen right in the future, as well as buildings farther north that we have had discussions about that are maybe have a significant amount of space in them currently. I'm wondering how that plays into what Missy is saying about the rapid growth for the ECSC. So we're planning 4 classrooms at Longfellow, 4 in this potential plan at Hawthorne, and then 4 on the south side. But if our projections are telling us that we are going to need even more than that, I think should we also be considering then additional classrooms in the existing spaces that we have right now, which may or may not then buy us time to not have to do sort of additions or things like that. Does that make sense?
Missy, any thoughts there?
I think just to clarify what I heard Jennifer say is that, and just one piece, we do have 5 classrooms at the Hawthorne site, which I think would benefit us, but it would be, I think, something we should look into. For example, if we did do the Centennial boundary change, to look at the Kennedy space. And I think with planning, look at what would that cost to remodel. I think the hard part is when it's bathrooms that you need, sometimes that expense on pre-existing is very expensive, and it might be good to look at it both ways also on a new building. So I just wanted to mention that, but I definitely think it's something we should look into and bring back.
Missy, you're comfortable with what the plan is for Hawthorne with the information that we have available to us?
Yes, I think it's gone through about 3 revisions, and I am feeling good about this current version.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Jackie.
All right, so we had just kind of put together this, of course, was subject to change and on how you decide to proceed. But it really is laying out then, any larger projects that we have, we will need to bond for. We won't have the capacity to utilize the fund balance to the extent to put up any type of school building. If there's smaller remodeling projects, that could definitely be looked at. So of note, these first few items are what is remaining to clean up from prior projects that we will be finishing up this year, hopefully. And then we know that we will be proceeding to get bids for the North High track facility. We do intend to do that probably in December or January. The market out there now is extremely volatile with cost of construction. So we feel that hopefully within the winter months, when people are looking to get their projects booked for the spring and summer, will maybe be better off. So if you would choose then to proceed with the addition to Hawthorne, we would probably look to do that at about the same time. And as Missy said, the drawings have gone through a number of revisions. So I do feel as well that we're in a point that we could prepare ourselves to get ready to bid that project out as well. Then discussion of some land purchases, whether that's this year, next year, in the future, have kind of put some more placeholders in for that as well. And then if we get down to where we would be constructing a new school, just kind of projecting out how those costs would play out, because those are longer term projects, of course, take a little longer to complete, and would include the bonding then. We did put in just something as a placeholder for Dakota High School. I should tack on adult ed to that as well, based on some of the discussions and knowing that those two programs coexist together very well. Yeah, and then just the outstanding bond payments. And so these do include, if we did bond about $17 million for an elementary school. You can see that, you know, fund balance has a little dip projected in 2025 that could easily be taken care of if property taxes come in higher than projected in this as well. So pretty comfortable kind of with what this looks like at this time. So I guess I would take any questions, or Missy, Bob, Rupak, anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
I think this is a good visualization. Again, just very soft numbers. This is part of the reason why I wanted to have this discussion today as well. So we, and even planning committee, kind of knows how to move forward. The way this is laid out as of right now, there's a couple of things, row 21, if we decide down the road that we need to just wait, and the boundary change will allow us to build on the land that we own, we may not need to buy new land for an elementary school at this point. The other piece is what Jackie's visualizing here is not an investment into any change for Dakota High School adult ed until 2025. However, if the boundary change buys us more time, then maybe that number moves up, and then the investment in the elementary school moves back a couple of years. So there's just some ability to play around there. These are considerations for planning and the full board, but wanted to kind of share the impact and the interconnected relationship between all of the topics so far today.
Thanks, Rupak. Robin, you have your hand up?
So Agassiz Plumbing with 155,000, that's a current project. I remember hearing that building, to bring it up to code, would need what, 15 million in plumbing? Am I forgetting that? I mean, I really want to know how much life we have in the Agassiz building before putting too much money into it.
That was the reason for my question earlier.
And I can't remember off the top of my head what the full projected cost was to fully renovate the plumbing. And of course, with an older building, anytime you start opening up walls and floors, we will run into probably even additional costs on top of that. But we can certainly find that information on what the full rental cost for the plumbing was estimated to be.
Blake had provided us with a report on that a while back, which was very informative. Other questions? Looks like we'll be spending money one way or another. I would say I am more in favor of us looking in the elementary schools for a solution temporarily, at least, to go to the boundary adjustment solution versus looking at, say, adding portables, or even looking at other spaces to utilize to rent. I mean, maybe renting other spaces could be a possibility, but I don't understand how it would work in its entirety in terms of like how the school functions throughout the day. That's what I would be interested in, because of course some facilities have like larger areas for, eating or a gym. So there, maybe it wouldn't be the challenges that I think of. Also looking for boundary adjustments just for the sake of helping to alleviate overall the size of population that's at a school, because even with adding a portable, it's still all of the students at that school, which still ends up being a capacity issue.
Rebecca, I have a favor.
Sure.
Can somebody screen share our guiding principles about how to respond to enrollment growth, just to make sure we haven't forgotten anything in those considerations? Let's see
I'm
who's
gonna-
back, Bob or Rupak.
Yep, and I'm gonna pull that up in my policy manual too.
Bob, are you doing it or do you want me to?
I will find it as quickly as I can.
I think I got it, Bob.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Sorry for scrolling too fast.
I think the guiding principles on when to build are on the next page.
Oh, sorry, the responding to enrollment growth areas. There you go. Thanks, Jim.
Can you zoom in, Rupak?
Oh, too much. Is that better?
Oh, too much. Perfect.
Well, it pretty much illustrates one of the solutions that I feel like the board is maybe not unanimous on, but overall, I would say leaning towards consensus, which is the modifying of attendance areas as a first step.
Thank you for sharing that.
From
Brian, I'm wondering what your thoughts are now. Haven't heard from you for a little bit.
Oh, when I first said, I think I'll just repeat what I said, and I think we should utilize our spaces and remove people, reboundaries. I like Jim's thought as well on how to what's important, what isn't as important, and trying to make it all fit. And then Jackie's monetary thing really helps as well, because to me, it almost seems like that seems to be the most important, is what kind of funds do we have?
I do think it's important for us to honor the work of the task force as well. And that if we get too far down regarding ECSE, if we get too far down the road on not honoring that work, it could be that it just keeps getting put on the back burner. And that's something that I think would be a mistake for us to do. I am interested in us moving forward with that Hawthorne addition. We have a plan that seems to be well vetted, that administration is confident in. And if we get to the position where all of a sudden, or we are able to find a spot for Dakota, we're going to be working ourselves closer and closer to moving out of EGSE and finding someone to, purchase that space. And I don't want us to end up in a bind there either. I want us to be planful in terms of exiting that building. Dr. Newman and then Rupak.
Thanks. I just had an added thought. I know last time we looked at making a boundary change and moving families. There was, in addition to the discussion about distance, there was also a discussion about ESL learners and free and reduced lunch and sort of the demographics. You may not have the data today, Bob, but I'm just curious if there will be a significant change if we were to look more into what we're discussing.
I think any boundary change will have an impact on the students in that building. We have not gotten to that level of detail at this time, just because we wanted to share a concept with the board. But certainly before we would make any recommendation, we would look at all of that information and have that available.
Thank you. I just wanted to request that if we were to continue talking this seriously about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Dr. Gandhi?
Just a couple of things, and then I'll try to capture or summarize what I've heard, kind of the direction for administration moving forward as well. I know today there's been a couple of comments about elementary underutilized buildings as well, outside of some of the things that we've discussed today around Kennedy and other spaces. I would let board members know, like, if you go back to the RSP enrollment and you look at the target enrollment numbers, we don't have like a plethora of spaces at a lot of we do have smaller schools. And there could, there's the conversation about Madison and McKinley, which has been brought to this board before, but there aren't a series of just empty classrooms across a lot of our elementary buildings, even on the north side. So just we have smaller schools, but then we also have some smaller buildings, and over time, programmings have changed. We've added special education programming, we've added GT services, other things as well. So just kind of wanted to point that out. If I am hearing this conversation kind of correctly, this provides good direction for administration. So what administration will do is we will work with planning to move forward on exploring a potential Southside attendance area change to alleviate Bennett, and moving forward with the Hawthorne ECSE project. It'll be brought, even if it's brought as a recommendation, it's going to be brought as a recommendation as a result of this work session. It is ultimately, that is a board decision. So I just kind of want to highlight that too, because things could change between now and then. You might get different pieces of feedback, but just please go back to this conversation or change course if we need to change course, if that's what happens. So we'll work with planning to do that. I will also make the assumption, and this is where I'll have to dig deeper with Bob and Missy, that if the boundary change at the elementary level allows us to buy more years before we need another elementary school, then maybe on the Jackie's financial plan, we prioritize Dakota High School first, if the numbers will allow us to do that, or at least our estimations will. So then we'll do a new home for Dakota and adult ed, and then we will look at elementary schools a couple years after that, if we are giving ourselves that much wiggle room. So administration will proceed accordingly unless we hear otherwise.
Jennifer. You are muted, Jennifer.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry. Rupak, so I have a follow-up question as I'm listening to detail those things and specifically around the Agassi building and comments, whether it's $15 million. I do remember it being a very large amount of money just for the plumbing to be sort of brought up to the needs of the buildings. What would it be? Has there been an analysis to tear that building down and rebuild? Because if I remember right, it was $15 million to build a brand new elementary at Clapp. So would it be less expensive and also centrally located to use that existing land that we own, but to start from scratch?
Dr. Gandhi?
I don't have the number right now, Jennifer, but exploring that is on the planning committee's agenda for tomorrow.
Got it. Okay.
So
good.
that is some of the work that might or just got our decision making for too. The other thing I also just want to inform the board of is when you looked at Jackie's funding plan, or the potential funding plan, we purposely did not include a revenue of the sale of the current district office, just because it's been on the market. We don't know when that will sell or not, but that will obviously impact the numbers if and when that happens, but we don't want to mislead by being too optimistic of when that sale could occur.
Okay, what else is left to discuss regarding item 4 under long-term planning on the agenda? Dr. Gandhi.
Unless anyone else from cabinet has any outstanding questions, I feel like we have some pretty good direction to move forward.
Board members? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Gandhi.
Oh, no, I was just saying I saw Bob, Missy, and Jackie. Doesn't look like they do, so.
Okay. Board members, do you need any more discussion on this? Administration seems to have the information they need. Okay. Whoa, we're ahead of schedule right now. Now what are we gonna do? I don't know. I don't think we're having a 2-hour lunch, are we? So it is 10:48. What would we like to do? Would we like to take maybe a 10-minute break and come back at 11 and go on to item number 5 and see if we can keep moving through this agenda? And maybe we would finish up maybe like at, I don't know, 12:30 or 1, or how do we want to do this?
Sounds great.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. See you in a little bit, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda is regarding GP2E, and it pertains to the process of adding items to board agendas, regular board meeting agendas. So there was also an attachment in relation to this with our agenda and a printout. And that contains the language in GP2E that pertains to agenda planning and how agendas and how items are added if it's an emergency situation. It also outlines the Century Code requirements and touches on Robert's Rules of Order. We've had a few instances within the last year and a half to 2 years where there have been some more requests, at least then from when I started on the board originally, to add items to agendas that had already been, they'd either already been publicly noticed or they were very, very soon to be publicly noticed, and the agenda planning had already taken place by the governance committee. So there was a request by board members to have this on our agenda for discussion today. So we have our most recent board meeting as an example of an agenda item being added. I would look to fellow board members to participate in the conversation. Who is going to be the first person? Don't be shy. Robin.
I'll just not be shy. I'll just throw something out there to start the conversation. I think our first priority is to adhere to North Dakota Century Code, because that's non-negotiable. And then I think we need to respect Robert's Rules of Order, because we do generally operate with that, with our bylaws or what we consider our governing policies. And that's pretty common. So it's kind of a matter of if we want to strictly adhere to Robert's rules or if we want to lean toward our GP. And I think I requested this just because it's awkward for everybody, and I would appreciate some clarification.
Yep, and I appreciate the conversation. Absolutely, we have no option to not be adhering to Century Code. It's not really a discussion item. It's just making sure that we understand what Century Code says we need to be doing. Regarding the GP, the last line there that is included in this handout where it says, action should generally not be taken on items not on the agenda except in emergency situations. That's something that I think all of us likely could say is debatable. Some examples that I consider to be emergency situations would be, for example, if there was a flood and we had a school impacted, if there was a fire, if there was some very serious disciplinary action that the board was going to need to be involved in, that we didn't know, that we weren't going to be able to plan, items we weren't able to plan and talk about and be thinking about, being forward thinking as we go into our governance process, and items that would basically be absolutely detrimental for us to wait to consider until the next month. Sometimes, like with when we got into the COVID situation earlier on, we had to have some discussions that were required of us by the state. And those are times where we don't have control over when we can plan some of that dialogue and when we take up some of that kind of business. So that's another example. Usually when something has been added to an agenda, at least when I've been serving as president and Dr. Gandhi and I are in a conversation, I tend to take quite seriously topics that are brought to me from administration, and feel as if that's a time where it's likely an item may need to be added. I don't feel like traditionally administration would ask for something to be added if they really didn't seem like it was something that we needed to take action on. I also think that it is the opportunity of the board to decide if something needs to be added or not. And that is determined by our ability to vote at the beginning of the agenda. At any rate, I just wanted to let you know my thought process. Tracy and then Robin.
Thank you. And thanks for your comments, Robin and Rebecca. I, for one, just as a board member, I spend a lot of time preparing for these meetings. I read everything that's sent ahead of time. And so for me, it's sometimes frustrating when something is added with short notice, because I feel like as board members, we aren't given adequate time to be educated or be prepared to discuss something. And I also believe it's unfair knowledge for the public to then have input to those things. So I kind of agree that this should be really in dire or emergent situations where it's worth foregoing that preparation time, both by us as a board and by the public to hear their thoughts.
Robin and then Seth.
Why don't you let Seth go first? So I don't.
Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead, Seth.
I was basically going to say the same thing that Tracy mentioned in her second part of her comment, that when we put agenda items on at a meeting, we run into transparency issues, and we definitely take the ability for the public to let us know what their thoughts are on a certain item, and I don't think that is fair to the public. I think if we're going to have a business item and we're going to make a vote on something, though most of those votes affect the entire district, and if not the entire city. And so to me, it's important to give time for the public to give us feedback on what their thoughts are. We may not agree with the public, and we may not vote the way the people that would come to speak at our meetings would hope that we do, but at least we need to at least give them the opportunity to have their voices heard. That's just my thoughts on the subject.
Okay, David and then Jennifer.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Robin, you do still want to talk.
Oh, yeah. Seth was the only one that had his hand up, and I didn't want to do all the time.
Go ahead.
So let's just walk through how this happened, because I think if somebody wants to add an agenda item at the meeting before the agenda is approved, I think that's number one, most important. But we are in the position to determine how much of an emergency it is. And it was a little awkward last meeting, for example, and I'm not blaming anybody. An item was added to the agenda, but we didn't really know the background for what was making it an emergency. So I've been in your chair, Rebecca. It's very awkward to try to facilitate that conversation. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I didn't have enough information to even know if I should approve the agenda with that item.
Yep, and I wanted to let folks know too that sometimes I do get, well, it's not just, I'm serving in the president's chair right now, but a president can get asked this. Our agendas are published Friday, and sometimes a request could come, earlier that day, Friday, or like Wednesday or Thursday. My point being, the governance committee has already met, an agenda has already been set. but the meeting notice has not been publicized yet. So there are kind of a couple of things. There's one, the adding of a request to add something at the meeting. And then there's also the requests that come in sometimes about adding something, even say before that Friday, so that if something were added, the information could be included in the publicly noticed document, which would help address some of what we're talking about, but it would have been information that wasn't discussed at governance. And I would say this would be information that wouldn't have been like requested as an emergency that I would determine from the superintendent, but just like a board member request. And in this last instant, I turned that down. I explained that governance had already had its meeting, the agenda had already been set, that there was a process for making a request to add an item to the agenda at the board meeting, and that could be done when I call for approval of the agenda, with the board then deciding if that item could be added. So it just becomes a little sticky too when there's a request, again, just like prior to that Friday of the agenda being publicized. So David and then Jennifer, feel free to add on and help out.
I guess mine is more a point of clarification. Now, it's my understanding that governance essentially determines what the agenda is going to be. I'm more concerned with how governance determines that certain things won't be on the agenda. And I'm speaking of the decision that was made by governance last meeting on going to virtual meetings. By reading the minutes, it appears that the reason behind that decision was the fact that they couldn't make everyone who was attending wear masks. So the governance committee made the decision that we're going to go virtual. Why wasn't that made an agenda item to be discussed by all board members? Why was the why did a committee make that decision and the other board members weren't given an opportunity to participate in that discussion or that decision?
I think that's an important question to ask. I'd like to keep that kind of what I'm going to call as a parking lot item to make sure that we are still talking about the process of adding items to a board agenda, but I don't want to forget about it. Jennifer. Jennifer, are you unmuted?
Sorry, I forgot. Thank you. So I too agree. I think that is an important question that we ought to talk about. But my question related to adding agenda items, I think that I want to caution us here, because if you're only thinking about one circumstance, you're not really thinking about what possibly we could be faced with in the future. And I think it's important to recognize that we are all elected officials, and we all, even according to state statute, have the authority and the right, as we should, to be able to add agenda items. So to limit it just because you feel like you're not prepared for the discussion, I understand wanting to be prepared before you make a decision, but by adding an agenda item does not mean a decision needs to be made necessarily at that particular time. It means a board member or more than one thought it was important enough to add it to the agenda for discussion. Much like last time, if we're using that example, asking it to be added and saying that we don't have enough information is kind of, I don't quite understand that, because it is a daily conversation in our lives right now around COVID and risk mitigation. And so if we're not doing research or here on a daily basis, then we're not, we should be doing that. Which is why right now it needs to be an ongoing conversation. And I do think it needs to be a standing agenda item. That would be, in my opinion, that's our responsibility to do so on this particular topic. So that would be one way to avoid being surprised about an agenda item around mitigation strategies, if that's what we're concerned about. But again, I go back to I really feel like we need to honor the state statute that says any board member can add an agenda item. We are not here to try to silence other board members. It is our duty to have a discussion whether we agree or not. And in terms of Seth, if I may reply, in terms of people being able to speak, that doesn't limit their opportunity to be able to speak. They can speak at any time, no matter if it's on the agenda or not, on any topic. And this is, again, something that we've been receiving information on, and so on a consistent basis from people. So I do think that it warrants conversation. So I'd be careful there to try to limit people from being able to add agenda items. Like I said, I think it's reasonable to say, I feel like I need more information before I can vote on this. Okay, but at least we did our duty as an elected official.
Okay, so Robin, I know you have your hand up as well. North Dakota Century Code, as long as we're talking about honoring Century Code, it does say per state law, regular meeting agendas may be altered or added to at the time of the meeting. So it does say we can do that. I don't think we can not allow it. Again, if we're talking about aligning to Century Code, which we need to, a challenge is that last line in GP2E. And I'm even wondering, do we want that language there? Are we looking for any kind of modification to that language that would also tie into, acknowledge Century Code and tie into it? But that last line says, action should generally not be taken on items not on the agenda except in emergency situations. And that, I think, is for the reason that we have been talking about here today, so that the public has as much notice as humanly possible to be to know what we're talking about and to be engaged, so that board members have as much opportunity as possible to become familiar with the topic at hand, and then ideally, take action and make decisions on every item on our agenda. So while it is clearly allowed by Century Code, and we can't not allow it, are we talking about the need to change some of that language to further encourage us to really think more deeply about some of these concerns regarding the ability to be prepared and the ability to have our community more aware of what we're talking about? Robin, okay, so Robin, Tracy, and Seth.
So I would say anybody can ask to add an item to the agenda. Where we get tripped up on is whether and to Jennifer's point, you can add an item to the agenda, but the board still needs to agree to the items on the agenda, whether it's amended or if it's as presented. So that's where I get in the awkward position. A great example is city commission meeting. I watched one of the commissioners brought up that he wanted an item added, and he was outvoted 4-1. That's okay for the board to do that too, but I wouldn't want to shut down something that's not explained. I would also say if somebody wants to add an item to the agenda, have a motion ready, because if we just want to discuss it, then it doesn't belong under board business. But when you add an item, you start that conversation with a motion and a second, and then it's discussed. So I think that would make it a lot cleaner and give it more purpose.
Robin, just to build on what you said here, because at the beginning of the meeting, it's the call for approval of the agenda. I'm not sure if within that, if someone says, I move approval of the agenda with an item added, just like we do like with the HR addendum, the person wouldn't be able to make that motion right at the beginning, but there would have to be a very brief, I would think that in order for board members to decide if they want to have another item added to the agenda, there would need to be a very brief statement in terms of the reason why a person feels like there's the need to add something.
And
but then with a motion prepared for later under business.
And if to piggyback on that, if that person were to add that item, I would expect that they might provide some materials to hand out at that time, just like we have the HR addendum. It's not like we are blindly agreeing to add it. It is in writing in front of us. And that would really help me make a more educated decision as to approve the agenda. That's basic board stuff 101.
And that would be information that would be provided in hard copy at the time of the meeting, not information that is emailed to us prior to. Tracy and then Seth.
Actually, Robin said the majority of what I was going to say. I agree with that. And I just want to point out that it hasn't, in the past couple of examples, it hasn't just been people adding things to the agenda for us to discuss. It's been motions for us to vote and to take action that night. So it's just, I feel like we're talking about two different things, but I think one, we need to decide is that, it sounds like from Century Code, we can add items and I would be in agreement with that, but whether we need to take action at the same time is a different topic, it sounds like.
Seth.
Yes, that is my concern as well. And Jennifer, I'm not opposed to having discussions on things. My worry is, say I come and I make a motion that that we could vote and pass something without the public's input. I don't mind putting something on the agenda item that we can discuss. If we were going to adjust our wording on GP2E, it seems a little vague to say action should generally not be taken, because technically a postponement of that vote would technically be action. So if the way it's worded, we're only having a discussion, and I would suggest that if we did want to switch some wording, action, we could add, action other than postponement of a vote should generally not be taken. And we could also add that to be more concise and more to Robin's point about making sure that we have a clear motion, we could always add words that say a board member can add an agenda item at a meeting with a concise motion. Or just some thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Seth. Jim?
Well, just a couple of thoughts, maybe a little bit of clarification too. First of all, Century Code does not require us to allow additions to the agenda during the meeting or at the start. It allows for it, it doesn't require it, hence the word may. But that being said, I think it's critical to have that ability too. Getting to a GP2E, that last sentence doesn't do us any good whatsoever, because if we've added something to the agenda by board action at the start of the meeting, then approve the agenda, it's on the agenda. So hence action can occur on it, right? So I don't think that last sentence has anything to do with adding a topic to the agenda and changing whether it's discussion or action. I guess we may feel this has been an issue from time to time in the past. Quite frankly, in my 20-some years, not too often has this been a problem. I think we might be trying to find a solution for a situation that really is better served by the discussion we just had. If you have an item that you feel needs to be addressed, can't wait for the next governance meeting to get it scheduled in, bring it to the board meeting at the start, request for a modification of the agenda. But please, please, please be prepared if it's something that you want action on, because you could certainly add it to a board report if you just wanted to share out information and have a discussion. But if you want it as a business item, then I think you need to bring a motion with it. Otherwise, we are just treading water, is sinking slowly. But again, I really want to reiterate what I've heard several people say, and I think everybody on this board believes we need to be transparent with the public. So this really should be reserved for items that were not anticipated. And I know there was a request, I'm not so sure if it was Jennifer or David, that maybe we should have a placeholder on our regular agenda right now. And maybe it isn't under business, maybe it's under reports for just COVID mitigation update. You know, what are we doing? What's happening? So that's maybe a regular placeholder for the time being. We had that obviously a year ago. It's not a hill I'm going to die on either way. I'm just thinking, yeah, we've had a few ruffles lately, but I think we can smooth them out by all of us just doing a better job at coming to the board meeting. If we have something we want to add, be prepared to really give that as a motion. And as I think Robin said, if you have handout information to go with that, have that prepared. I mean, let's put the burden back on us instead of writing a new rule book.
Does anyone feel like there needs to be some additional language, not a whole rule book, but does anyone feel like there needs to be additional or tweaked language to GP2E to reflect the conversation here? If so, that would be something that if it needed to, I don't know if that would need to go to governance or not, or Anne Marie and I could take a look at it and it could be brought back to governance. Robin?
Somewhere in our GPs, and maybe Anne Marie will catch it. When an item is added to the agenda, it's always placed as the last item under business. So we need to look at that GP as well. And it's always assumed it's going to be business based upon that language.
Robin, I don't believe that's specified. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have that specified in our GPs. I might have to look, but.
Yeah, it's somewhere, because I remember reading it when I was board president that any added items would go under the last business agenda item.
I can take a look at that too.
But as far as the last sentence go, I don't think there's any reason to strike it. I think it's a good reminder. Let's try to keep the emergency items emergency, and those that can wait.
Do we want anything specific regarding, a specific motion needs to be prepared or any of that to reflect our discussion? Jennifer?
Can I ask a clarifying question? First, I want to say thank you to Jim's comments. I concur with that approach, and I have a clarifying question, because I've heard many comments around making a motion, and within Robert's rules, making a motion before discussion happens. And I think sometimes when it becomes a situation like last conversation, until you have discussion, it's hard to make a motion that is going to sort of satisfy maybe, or come as a result of what the full board thinks or is feeling. And so if somebody could give some direction, if it's under business, do we have to have a motion before we talk about it? Do you put it somewhere else? So if you could just clarify that for me, how you have, if it's even possible to have a discussion on an added agenda item without a motion. Just that would be my clarifying question.
Jim, go ahead.
I actually don't believe under Robert's rules there can be discussion on a business item without a motion. A report's a different matter altogether. That's not something we take official action on. That's just information that's being provided. And clearly, if you look at how we lay out our business items currently, there oftentimes is a lot of background shared before the motion is actually put forward. It's not uncommon for us to have a 1 or 2 page memo that kind of outlines the issue, and then at the bottom has a recommended motion for somebody to make. So I think it's perfectly acceptable when you added an item to the agenda, whatever it might be, if it's under the business section, to introduce it. But at the end of that introduction, before there's board discussion, there must be a motion, there must be a second. Otherwise, we are in free form, which is totally out of order for Robert's Rules of Order. So that's my thought anyway.
I agree. And well, it's great to be able to have a motion that will get seconded and everyone would approve of. You know, that can all evolve throughout the conversation after a motion has been made too. And, you know, then after that second, we're free to have discussion and amendments to the motion. So what I'm hearing is we need to make sure, of course, that we're following Century Code, that we are able to honor the opportunity that Century Code allows us to consider adding a motion to, an item to the agenda, that there isn't a desire for any language changes to GP 2E, that we're using this conversation today to remind ourselves about just being cognizant and thoughtful regarding our ability to participate and be ready for a meeting and for the public to know what we are going to be addressing. So to be thoughtful about if we think that an item really needs to be added to the agenda or not. For all of us to realize that it is a little bit, it's all really up to us sometimes in terms of what we determine is emergency. I tend to think that a board member won't go through the work to add something to an agenda if he or she doesn't feel like it's worthy in their own mind. I know that I'm not going to do that. And so for us all to work to understand that, and also for us to know that it's within our power to agree to add something to the agenda. And it's also within our power to vote no on that item. So really, we do have the decision as board members if we feel like we are wanting to add something additional to the agenda. Also hearing very strong encouragement that a process similar to how regular items come onto our agenda, where it's like a memo that introduces it with a written out motion following, would be really appreciated. And that could be something that could be handed out then at a board meeting. That would also help, I'm sure, Anne Marie, when she's trying to record what that motion would be. Does that summarize our conversation? Robin and Nikki.
Nikki had her hand up first.
Oh, thanks, Robin. I don't really care what order, but looking at the wording of our policy, and you just spoke about a process, I'm wondering if we need to, I'll just take a real low level approach to this here, but do we need to include something that says if a board member wishes to add something to an agenda at a board meeting, here's what you do, A, B, C, D. Because in order to even get it on the agenda, it's going to have to be presented before we approve the agenda. So do we need a motion at that time to add that to the agenda and then we vote on whether we add it to the agenda or not? Or what's the process? How do we want to spell this out? Because somebody can bring it up. I can say, I want to talk about apples versus oranges. And you guys would have to decide if that's emergent enough or if you're going to vote on that. I mean, you can vote it down, but then it doesn't get added to the agenda, but we wouldn't want to approve the agenda. I guess I'm looking at it from the aspect of if I want to bring something, what steps do I need to have in order before we get there? So when you talk about the wording of the GP 2E, maybe we do need to take a look at that. I guess I'm not sure. That's what's rambling through my mind. Thank you.
Yep, and I'm perfectly fine with taking a look at it. I just don't want to do it if there's not support to do so. Robin.
So I raised the question to Anne Marie about parliamentary procedures and kind of asking about if someone who voted in the minority wants to bring something back up to reverse the decision, the proper action would be to reconsider and rescind something previously adopted or amend something previously adopted. So that would be a way to start the conversation properly. And then we would have, for example, the last time Jennifer could have said, I move that we reconsider and amend the decision made on August 10th, and, and verbalize that motion. And then she would need a second. Then we could start the discussion. It's just a suggestion. That might help with some of that actual crafting of the motion.
Anne Marie?
Yes, thank you. There is some differences between those motions. Is different than rescind or amend, so they are separate and they have different rules, if you wish, attached to them. So if that's something you guys want to start looking into, I'd want us to chat more about that on the differences between those specific motions, because they're time sensitive. There's different ways to present those. So again, there's some specificity there.
So if I may, so would it be proper then if a person wanted to add something to the agenda to contact the parliamentarian, which is Anne Marie, and say, what is the right way to do this? Anne
Marie, your thoughts?
I think it depends on the topic at hand and what they're desiring to do, right? So if it's something about a decision that was previously made, then there's, yes, certain processes that you would do that. If it's some new business item, then it might be a little bit different. Does that make sense, Robin? Depends on what the topic is.
Okay, but the question, would it still pertain that no matter what reason a person wanted to add something to an agenda? Again, this is like after governance is met, after the meeting is publicly noticed, the agenda has been publicly set. So we're talking about adding something to an agenda at the time of the board meeting. And then usually, a person would be planning on that, right? Because they're preparing their documents and whatnot, but they just know they want to add something that night. Would it be appropriate to say, contact the parliamentarian as a starting point? And I kind of feel like we're looking at some additional language, and maybe the board might not be opposed to additional language, but that we don't need to spend a bunch more time talking about it today, and that I could work with Anne Marie and bring some language to governance if the group would like.
Rebecca, I don't think someone would need to contact me in advance if they're wanting to simply add something to the agenda. I think that we've just reviewed that process on how someone would do that. If there's a question about the proper motion to use, then I would invite people to reach out so we could work through that. But I don't know if just adding an item it's in itself would need a reach out.
Okay, to Nikki's point, does the board want us to be working on some additional language? It doesn't seem like it. Okay, if you change your mind, let me know. It seems like we're okay with what we have then. Do we need a break before we move on to the next item? A 5-minute break? It's 11:39 right now. We could come back at 11:45.
I have a feeling this next topic could take us a while. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wondering if we shouldn't take a half-hour lunch break right now and then come back and address the last topic. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to tell you in the middle, I got to go eat.
We could do that. Would you like to do a half-hour lunch right now, everyone?
I just want to make everybody aware that I have a time certain important call at noon that I planned around this agenda. So 12 to 12:30, I might not be on.
Okay. Do we want a 45-minute lunch?
Sure.
Come back at 12:30. Okay, we'll see you all then. Thank you. Hello? Did anyone get outside? It is beautiful out.
I suppose you can't hear me when I say, no, I wish, but I was on mute.
There were a couple of items that I wanted to touch on, if you're okay with that were mentioned before we took our break. And one of them I said I was putting in the parking lot. And that was, there was a question about the decision that was made by the governance committee to hold the meeting via Zoom. And I think that ties into, it not just a specific decision, but decisions that the governance committee is able to make. Any rate, so I wanted to acknowledge that David had brought that up and that we hadn't, it's not on the agenda to discuss today about how that committee does its work, but I'm just wondering if, if we could have a little bit of dialogue on that. I also wanted to say that at the governance committee meeting, which will be this Thursday, I'm feeling like as we are talking about agenda planning for October, this discussion might naturally fall under that, as well as some comments or some suggestions that were made previously this morning regarding possibly like an ongoing COVID report. So I do see that falls pretty naturally under the discussion for agenda planning under governance. And then maybe as we're talking this afternoon too, the governance committee will be able to take some notes and have that, continue that discussion Thursday. But regarding how we are meeting via Zoom now and the governance committee's ability to make that decision, or the question as if the committee had the ability to make that decision. I think that's what the question was about. David, if I'm interpreting it right, certainly governance is charged with agenda planning and meeting planning. And so I see that decision following under that. But I certainly look to other board members for their thoughts. And like I said, we might not be able to figure this out right now, but I just wanted to acknowledge that it was brought up. So I'm welcome to any thoughts for a few minutes here. I don't see any hands up right now. Okay, well, feel free to contact me if you would like to on this matter additionally. And then we'll also see where we go Thursday at governance. So then let's move on to the last item on the agenda, which is discussion from September 14th meeting, the regular meeting regarding masking. And so I've just been trying to think of how to approach this section of the agenda. And I guess I sent a message out to board members yesterday on this. I haven't brought any additional information to this meeting today. I feel like it is my responsibility currently to be following the direction that the board most recently approved and directed the district to be following. So that's the reasons why I don't have any specific information, because I don't want to try to be steering our conversation one way or another as president. And I want to hear from you in regard to your thoughts. I also know that there is that motion that is going to be for our consideration at the meeting, and wondering about information that any of you feel is needed to help make the decision. And what I mean by any information is new types of information from other sources, and I'm also wondering about types of information that we have already been receiving from existing sources. So not with the assumption that what we have been receiving is what we will be receiving. I think that we need to have, dialogue that is more broad spread, especially based on the motion that was made. And then I'm also wondering about really where we're trying to get. I mean, I know that we have to make a decision on the motion, but I also feel like we might be struggling in terms of, I'm going to use math. I'm going to use an equation as an example. How to get to an answer. Like, for example, how to solve 4. There are a variety of ways to get to 4, as we know, from our elementary school years. And so if the equation we're trying to, or if the answer we're trying to get to is 4, we can come up with different ways to solve that equation. So I feel as if we may all be trying to get to a different answer, get to a different equation, land at a different spot. And by this, I don't mean like we're going to solve COVID. I'm thinking about examples of possible answers that we might be trying to get to are, we want to unmask. We want to have all kids in school. We want to provide a safe and a healthy education and working environment for our staff and our students. Those are 3 examples of answers that I think about trying to get to and different ways to get to those answers. And so sometimes I think that that's part of our challenge, is that we might all be trying to get to a different answer, and that makes sense. I just kind of wanted to bring that up for discussion and see if there was some commonality in terms of the answer we're trying to get to. That would also help determine what kinds of information we need in order to get to an answer. So that's what I'm launching with, and I'm looking for board members to, again, participate in the dialogue. Robin. Unmuting, please.
There we go. I think what you're asking for is what information do we need to make this discussion fruitful on Tuesday night? So I have a list of 3 items that I would like. I know that Superintendent Baszler had a report during last school year on how many face-to-face education hours were saved due to mask-to-mask contacts. If that information is readily available, I'd like that. And I wonder, does Fargo Public Schools have a same quantify those numbers? That's my first request. My second request is, currently, right now, we are following Fargo Cass Public Health guidelines and recommendations. So I would ask, what type of thresholds and data do they consider to implement or remove certain mitigation strategies, i.e. masks? And my third item that I really scoured through since it was brought up was West Fargo's mitigation strategies. And I know a lot of people are saying Fargo has the same number of kids out for masks as West Fargo does, and the only difference is masks or no masks. But I went through and did a side-by-side comparison of the differences between our districts. Clearly, the most glaring difference is Fargo is requiring masks for everybody in their buildings per Fargo Cass Public Health guidance. West Fargo is not but they're recommended. One thing I want to clear up, and Tracy, if you correct me if I'm wrong, Fargo Cass Public Health cannot mandate anything, masks or exclusion, but they can have guidelines, and it's up to elected bodies to make those mandates. Some of the other differences that I did side by side, and I think this would be a really fair comparison. I'm just not quite sure how to lay it out. some of the other differences, West Fargo's, they only mention K-5 classrooms. There are no sports mentioned. When the first positive case is identified, exposure notices are sent to everybody. But what's different in Fargo is we would do contact tracing. And when we do contact tracing, that would prompt either staying home or testing every other day to stay in school. Therefore, we are going to test more often, and then we're going to have more cases, I assume. And they don't do contact tracing until a second positive case is identified with a strong likelihood that second case is linked to the first through school. A couple other items that are different. Let's see here. Some of them are the same as Fargo, and they do the in-school testing, but it's really just recommendations. And what I'm hearing from West Fargo parents are, I'm getting an exposure notice like somebody in my kid's classroom has lice, but I don't know if my kid was eating next to this person or what have you. I would feel it would be really irresponsible for me to not notify anybody that was a close contact. So if there's a way to lay out some of these differences, that would help me compare. And I don't want to compare ourselves to West Fargo, but we are being compared. And I feel compelled to give honest, informed answers for those inquiries. So basically 3 requests for me.
Okay, I've jotted that down, Robin. Right, and I hope that this discussion and any of really our ongoing discussions on this isn't appearing as if we are pitting school districts against school districts, because we're elected to make decisions for our district. We have certainly, of course, conduct the research, do an analysis, and make the decisions, but we're elected here. West Fargo, all school districts across the state and the nation are exist, and board members exist to make the best decisions with the information that they have for their districts. And even though a river divides, Fargo and Moorhead, and a boundary line divides West Fargo from Fargo, there are differences in terms of how the districts operate. This isn't the only difference, of course, as we know. So it's not about saying one district is making a decision or is operating in a poor way, and another district is operating in an excellent way. It's about us getting to where we feel like we need to be and utilizing other information to do so. I think it's really a tragedy if we end up communicating in a way that we're putting one district down and lifting another district up. I don't think any of us want to do that. Okay, who else had their hand up? David, go ahead, please.
Come on. Thanks, Rebecca. First of all, I don't want this to be misinterpreted. We're not voting to unmask. We're voting to give parents the decision as to whether their kids wear masks or not. I think it should be pointed out, there are only 2 districts in the entire state of North Dakota that are masked, and those are Grand Forks and Fargo. And yet there are districts like Burleigh County that have far higher numbers than Cass County does, and they have not chosen to mask yet. I've spoken to parents in probably 4 or 5 different districts and asked them specifically what problems there have been. Particularly, I've spoken to a number of people in West Fargo, and they say they have gotten notifications that there has been COVID in the classroom. There simply is not. It is not increasing the numbers by not requiring masks as West Fargo does. I've asked, approximately 2 to 4 students per class seem to be wearing masks because their parents want them masked. That's just simply what I'd like to see happening in Fargo. Give the parents the choice. And we can always mandate excuse me, we can always mandate masks later. We're not taking them away. We're giving parents the options of having their children masked or unmasked. I don't know. I'd like to see parents being given the choice rather than making it look like we're dictating to them that this is what they have to do to be good parents.
David, is there any information, and we're not deciding today what we're doing because the vote is going to be coming up at a regular board meeting.
Right.
Is there any information that you are looking for to further help you make your decision or to illustrate your thoughts like you just did? And then also, as I'm asking about this from everyone, it's figuring out who is providing that information. Is administration, when I talked with Dr. Gandhi and Anne Marie to prepare for this meeting today, we decided no specific information was going to be brought to this meeting from administration. And so if we're working to, if we need information that administration is putting together, or, you know, any other resource, or if there's a board member that needs to bring specific information together, we're going to need to decide that. So we can talk about like the different types of information, and then also go through who'd be responsible for putting it together. So David, question, is there anything that you think that you need to prepare for that Tuesday meeting?
I guess I would like to see proof that masking is allowing more students to spend more time in class. If it can be shown to me that less students are being held at home in Fargo and Grand Forks than you're seeing in the rest of the state, then that would be definitive proof to me that masking really works, because I don't think it has any effect. And that's that's an opinion not being made by a doctor, but being made by somebody who's listened to a lot of doctors who are speaking on both sides. Even Dr. Fauci has said that the type of masks that we're wearing are not going to prevent a virus from passing through. Viruses are far too tiny to be stopped by the fibers of our masks.
Okay, thank you, David. Jim.
Yeah, in answer to what data or information would I like, I guess I have one data request and one just curious question. I think one of the big differences, and Robin's list was spot on. I think that's all good data. That would be great if we could get our hands on it. But when we try to do a side-by-side comparison with other districts, whether it's Bismarck, West Fargo, and I will add, I think there's another district even closer than Grand Forks that has a mandatory mask right now. It's called Moorhead, right on the other side of our river, who probably is kind of listening to Cass County Public Health as well, I'm guessing, but I don't know why they implemented it. But I believe West Fargo is not doing any contact tracing. I think they're leaving that up to the Department of Health. And quite frankly, they're leaving it up to the honor system of their students and families. And while honor system sounds like a really, really good idea, it's fraught with potential problems. I think part of the West Fargo strategy and the other school district strategy is to get us to a safe spot with COVID-19. It's called herd immunity. We're going to let people get COVID. We're going to let them be exposed. We're not going to worry about it. Let the Department of Health take care of it. Obviously, we are following the recommendation to do the close contact tracing internally. And so we would, at least under current operations, be sending those students home unless they can regularly test positive, unless they were in a mask situation, and then we don't have to quarantine or isolate them. So I think we really, before we start measuring data on how many students are out here versus there, we need to ask ourselves, what is the contact tracing that's in place? Is it being done by the district, or is it being done by the good intentions of those that actually report, which are two completely different things. And then I found it really interesting as I read through all of these, and I want to thank Jennifer this morning for sending out West Fargo's, Oak Grove's, and JP's guidelines. I found it fascinating that kids in West Fargo have to wear a mask while they're on the school bus, but don't once they get into the building. If somebody could help me understand why the school bus is riskier than the classroom, I would love to hear that explanation. And finally, last but least, David, I'm going to disagree with you. I think masks do make a difference. I don't think they're 100% effective. I don't think anybody's claimed they're 100% effective. They are a mitigation strategy. They are not an absolute safety net from COVID. They just help, much like distancing, help lower the risk of the transmission. But again, I certainly respect everybody else's decision. Finally, my concern if we go to a recommendation is that there's no reason to have a recommendation. You either have a mask policy or you just leave it up to whatever parents want to decide. If less than 5% of the students in West Fargo Public Schools are currently wearing masks, then there is no real recommended policy. Nobody's following the recommendation, or very few people. Like I say, I think they're trying to advance to get America past this COVID crisis, but their approach is to get to herd immunity as opposed to trying to make sure we don't overwhelm the healthcare system.
Jennifer and then Robin.
Okay, trying to remember to unmute. Okay, so there is lots of points for follow-up. And yes, thank you for bringing that up, Jim. I hope that everyone received those to compare. And so I'll start there. All of these districts, I think it's an important point, West Fargo, Oak Grove, JPC, all received the same sort of recommendations from Fargo Cass Public Health. And yet, as you can see, have different mitigation strategies to varying degrees. And I think what is to the point of West Fargo, Oak Grove, and JPC not doing the contact tracing themselves and leaving that up to whether that's public health that's doing it, but up to the health care agencies, really goes back to, well, isn't that the place where it should lie? And the school districts should remain focused on education and not mitigate, like the health aspect of sort of the quarantining and isolation and things like that. So I kind of see that as that's the approach that they've taken for that mitigation strategy. So that's how I see that. In terms of the busing question, that's because it's a federal law, that's why kiddos have to wear them on a bus. I suppose one could argue that in a classroom, you could spread out farther. Additionally, I mean, I know you can open a window on a bus and that would help, right? There are things that we have done within Fargo Public Schools, and I believe most probably public schools that have received funding to do so in terms of ventilation systems that have been upgraded. I requested some information from Blake, and I do think that it would be helpful for the rest of the board to get that, as well as what Fargo Public Schools has done, because I do think it's part of our job as leaders, as board members, as administrators, to help educate the public, right, around what mitigation strategies we are doing and how they can help. And when you look at one document in particular that Blake sent me that said had been done within Fargo Public Schools, it shows like with this filter a 99.9 whatever reduction within 30 minutes in terms of being able to sort of ionize or trap those or kill those aerosolized the aerosolized part of the virus. So those things, I think we need to do a better job communicating to our public. I would also say that in terms of information that would be important, it is our responsibility to educate a child. So if we're going to quarantine or isolate or force a child to do either one, if they're otherwise healthy and not showing symptoms, how are we educating that child? Because just sending them home absent or with a packet of homework doesn't seem like we are fulfilling our duties in terms of educating when that child should be linked into that classroom in some way, shape, or form. So I'd like to know a better, like, what is the plan there for that continued education? Parent survey we've talked about was missing from our original analysis before this mitigation strategy was voted on within our district. Other districts did do surveys, right? So that's one piece that would lend to why are we different than others. Also, we're not considering recommendations from World Health Organization itself. It's a great, the World Health Organization actually recommends against students wearing masks while they're doing physical activity. Yet Fargo Public Schools is mandating that a student wears a mask during PE and during sports and activities. I think that there are things that are clearly documented in terms of dangers that could present to a student. Additionally, when we're talking about effectiveness, here's the thing, there's lots of data out there, but to find a controlled clinical trial is more challenging, right? When it comes to COVID, you could say that is even true of some of the availability around some of the vaccines as well, because those that were initially in placebo arms of trials were allowed to move over into the active arm. So now you have to rely on the limited data that you do have, and using observational data, right, is where we turn. And there are countries that have never had mask mandates that don't have the same numbers. So I think that's why there's this back and forth argument. Now, important consideration is we're asking these children or mandating these children to wear masks for 7 hours a day. We're not changing them every hour. We're not considering what the data says about cloth masks and the bacteria and all of that can live on those masks. These are all important things that we never had conversations about as a board. What about some of the parents that have addressed us in terms of our ELL students and the difficulty in learning language without being able to see the mouth? I mean, these are important things that we should have considered and should be considering, which again goes back to, we leave it as a recommendation, as it should be, and let the parent decide medical decisions for what is best for their individual student. I think that is the only way to be able to accommodate for an individual's unique needs, because you cannot have a one size fits all, right? That you can say does not harm some in some way. It's not possible. And I think if HVAC systems can actually reduce the virus in the air, if that is actually indeed the case, we should really heavily be talking about that as an effective mitigation strategy. Lastly, I think I would say that when we talk about, I think there's sort of mixed information out there around herd immunity as well. And I've heard many experts say, look, the fact is, that this COVID is never going away. We're going to deal with multiple variants continuously over time. The current vaccines we have available to us do not prevent COVID, right? As far as we know, and as far as the information that is being shared, we hope that they indeed reduce the severity and hospitalizations over time. But now looking at other countries, who knows? So in other words, this is evolving, right? And so you have to look at the risks per population. And we're putting in a tremendous burden on our children when their survivability rate is 99.9998%. We can't forget that. And I think that in these things we're allowing fear to guide us in this decision versus the data, the actual evidence. And so I think it's important that we hear more of the evidence. And I mean from virologists, I mean from infectious disease, I mean from other countries' data. I think we should talk about that. I want to also say the CDC also estimates children, up to 50% of children have natural immunity. Do you understand that natural immunity provides more protection than the vaccine? And yet we're completely ignoring that. So if nearly 50% of our kids and adults for that matter have natural immunity, but we're doing this like mask mandate, it makes no sense. You're placing a mask that could potentially cause harm to a child for a variety of reasons when they may or may not need it. Again, it's not a customizable approach. And I would argue we don't do that with education. We try to meet students where they're at and provide them with what they need. Why in the world are we taking a different approach with people's health? So I guess I hope that you captured some of that, Rebecca, in terms of additional information moving forward. But if you didn't, let me know and I can send it to you.
I'm keeping a running list and we'll likely go through it as we close out. So Jim and, okay, Robin, go ahead. And then Jim and David.
I was just going to answer Jim's questions about busing, but Jennifer did. It's required through the feds. So nobody has the option not to mask on buses. I would kind of reiterate what Jennifer said. I would like to see a list of what Fargo Public Schools is currently doing, such as the air handling systems and the hand sanitizer, what have you, because I think it's pretty impressive.
And that was information that Blake had presented to us. That was quite a while ago. So maybe it's taking a look at that again. And if it's having him present us with that information or somehow, but it seems like he might be the appropriate contact there. Tracy. Could you unmute, please?
Sorry, I hit lower hand. I just have a logistical comment to make. I'm doing my best here in these meetings to wear my school board hat, which I think all of us should be doing. We have a duty here to not play expertise or spread misinformation on things that we aren't knowledgeable about. So if we are going to have this level of conversation about this, I would invite perhaps outside experts or perhaps experts in the field to come and talk to us about this. I feel like we are on dangerous ground when we are just as school board members randomly stating these facts and making these comparisons. I would just really caution us all here to not be doing this publicly.
Rebecca, you muted.
Did you have specific suggestions, Dr. Newman?
I mean, in regards to what?
Outside experts. I know we've had some, but I'm just wondering if you specifically had some recommendations.
I can get that to you. Sure. This just seems highly inappropriate to me that we as 9 elected officials are going to sit here and debate science and debate, things that we aren't probably, meant to be doing. I just feel like we are elected to hear the public. We're elected to take guidance from experts, and that's what we should be doing. Because I'm happy to try and answer all the things that have been brought up today. I feel like I could, but I don't feel like it's my place in this school board work session.
Yeah. Understood. Okay. David, did you have your hand up at one point?
No, I saw that it was lit. No, I did not have my hand up.
Okay.
I didn't mean to, rather.
That's okay. Anyone else that has not had a chance to share yet? Nikki?
I guess when you ask about what information do we need, to me, this seems painfully obvious, but it needs to be part of the discussion, is I would like to see the data surrounding where we are at in this point in time, the numbers. Are we declining? Are we increasing? What is happening in our corner of the country? I don't want to have masks any more than anybody else, but I am not going to agree to fly in the face of the professional recommendations that we have been given from people who do this all day, every day. This is their livelihood, their be all end all. If somebody can find some indication that these numbers are going down and we don't need to do this, I am totally willing to be done with this. I am as tired and sick of it as everybody else. However, I understand from experts that we are moving into tougher territory, that our numbers are not going down, that our numbers are increasing. We cannot space kids out in school. Yes, they are out in public without masks. That is their parents' choice. I get that. I respect that. I understand that. I guess when I hear, well, we can't do this in school because it isn't up to us. This isn't education. Well, okay, I'm going to say something that might be wildly unpopular, but I'm hoping that it demonstrates the thinking. So should we give these kids lunch? And where I'm going with that is that isn't educational in nature. They're probably hungry, but the idea is to keep them fed, right? To keep them healthy. For our kids that can't afford it, we try to do a better job so they can eat, so that they can focus on their education. This is an attempt with public health to keep our kids safe. We cannot space them out. We physically can't do it in our buildings. I am sorry and I am hurting that parents are so distressed over this, but it is our job to keep those kiddos safe when they're in our care. I am all for trying to make other arrangements. If there are other things that can be done, English language learners, maybe we need to set up a classroom space differently with plexiglass or do something so that they can see the faces. I'm not against doing that for smaller groups, but as a whole group, unless somebody can demonstrate to me that our numbers are going down and COVID is going away, or that masks are flat out useless. David, to your point, I understand that with the virus, that the virus itself is too small, but it attaches to water droplets. And the masks do slow the water droplets. So unless somebody can prove otherwise to me, parents have reached out and said, but our numbers right now are the same. Right now. I'm not looking at right now. I'm looking as we climb this ladder and these numbers go up. I don't want to be trying to put the fire out from inside the house. If our numbers are going up, we need to have the mitigation strategies in place to protect our staff, to protect our students, to protect our families. From West Fargo, I'm seeing many parents that are frustrated because notifications are going out 3, 5, 7 days after the fact. There was a mom this past weekend that was upset because she took her child, whom she has now received after the weekend was over, a notification that her child had been exposed earlier last week. Well, she has taken that child to see grandma and grandpa, other family relatives, other people that could be potentially at risk because she didn't know that there was a problem. So when we talk about let's not contact trace, that causes me concerns too. I've got a lot of questions. What do I need to see to change my mind? I need some data. And so I guess that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you, Nikki. Brian?
I'm not sure when it was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I had asked you, I believe, to go through governance to get the numbers week by week that we could review them as a board. So I think that's kind of the same as far as somebody mentioned about putting a line item on the agenda to review that. And I think the other thing important to look at is our hospital system and how it's taxed right now. I mean, we're pretty stressed out, and I think that's part of the Cass County Public Health is to look at all those factors as well. And to your point, Nikki, it is true. As superintendent in Fairmont and down in Russell, South Dakota, I do get those notifications of those people that get COVID, and that's like 5 to 7 days later. That already knew this was going on. So that becomes pretty late when you get those situations.
Brian, to talk about the reviewing the data, I think you were talking about maybe at every board meeting. So at the last governance committee meeting, we talked about that. And should we add a standing report? And it was decided that at that point, we weren't going to add a standing report, that if something really needed to be shared, that could fall under Superintendent Gandhi's report. So we didn't necessarily say we don't want to hear the information. We just didn't feel the need to have a standing report. But that's something that, like I said, when we have our governance committee meeting Thursday, that's something that I think governance can take the conversation here today into consideration and talk about that Thursday. Robin?
So we've listed off some items that we would like for this coming Tuesday. I'm just wondering where this is going to go. Is it going to be an argument over if masks work or not? Because I don't want to do that. Nobody's minds are going to be changed. We're going to be going back and forth. I'm not interested in seeing any more studies if masks work or not. I'm convinced that they do. So that's why I'm interested in the thresholds as to when the guidance might change. So we have something to look forward to. So we have something to work on together as a community. And so that's why I requested that. There's been a lot of talking, but I wasn't clear on exactly what some board members want. A couple did, but a couple just kind of talked about their studies out there. I don't know how you took notes for that, Rebecca. It'll be interesting to see what you interpret.
Well, I'm still working on interpreting them. I took the notes. Interpretation is comes second. So what we know is that there is going to be a decision on the motion, right? So that is an answer that we are going to need to get to somehow at that meeting. For myself, I would be looking for some information so our cases, yes, information in terms of Fargo Cass Public Health thresholds, where there might be some opportunity for flexibility. I still do see that following guidance of our public health officials is that's my guiding force. That's my guiding force right now. And so I believe that I will be willing to be flexible on my decisions based on guidance of Fargo Cass Public Health. And it may be that I won't be flexible at our next board meeting, but I might be flexible down the road based on, again, that guidance. I do believe that masking needs to be an important part of our mitigation procedures. And so I don't need information in terms of myself. Does masking work? Does masking not work? I know that there are some people on the board that feel like they do need that information to help decide, does that mitigation procedure by Fargo Public Schools potentially help more kids stay in school? That's what I am hearing. And what else? We might not change opinions, right, in terms of masking. We might be able to get information, again, that helps to address, I think, David, like what you were saying. Or maybe it wasn't you, David, but again, to what extent do all the mitigation procedures that Fargo Public Schools has in place right now help help as many kids stay in school as much as humanly possible? And to what extent does removing those mitigation procedures cause kids to probably not be in school? And then I think contact tracing is huge. I know we have a very close situation where I can point to a contact tracing example, and within my own family, and tied to elderly relatives. And it would have been very, very unnerving to find out that after spending time with dear elderly relatives, that a few days after that we would find out that someone had been that closely exposed to endanger, the health of those elders. And so I have examples within my own household to illustrate my thoughts on that, and the importance of being able to find out as soon as humanly possible who else may or may not have been affected, and the benefit in that, and hearing of that from other families as well. And I think, any rate, I bring that to my discussion and to help me make a decision. Robin?
I have one more request. We are leaving out somebody very important that we're also responsible for, and those are our employees and support staff. So I would like those numbers as well included, not just the students. We keep talking about keeping kids in school, and part of keeping kids in school is keeping our staff healthy as well. We can't lose that.
So Robin, can you further identify what you mean by that? Like what kinds of information you're looking for?
Well, just like we talk about a child has COVID and they have this many close contacts and this many are testing to stay out of exclusion, I would like the same numbers for our adults. I know, I'm sure Mackenzie has them. I'm quite positive she does.
And so last year when we were deciding to operate, when we used the Smart Restart plan to decide what level we were going to be operating under, we took staff leave data into consideration and substitute fill data. Is that information that is appropriate to be bringing forward at this time? And if there's anyone from administration that can help answer that, I don't know if that would be helpful for us. And we also have the information that was shared recently regarding vaccination rates for our staff.
I can speak a little bit of that to that. Right now, HR keeps, we do continue to keep our substitute fill rate data. And then we also, along with student data, we provide, and that's 10 a.m. every Friday, the number of staff that are currently positive as of 10 a.m. every Friday. We also do keep data on how many staff are out in quarantine on 10 a.m. Friday. But what gets reported out to the public is the positive numbers. So we do keep those different data points. Not all of it is reported out though.
Doug, so I'm sorry, and then I'll stop. Do we keep track of how many rapid tests are taken? Not just the positives, but how many are administered?
No, I don't have that data. Not the rapid, not the amount of who's tested. It's just the positive, if they're positive or if they're in quarantine.
Robin, we're not testing in our schools yet as of now. So we don't have that data point because we're not doing that testing.
Tracy and then Jim.
Thank you. I think Jim was first, sorry. I just want to make a few like broad comments here. I appreciate wanting to look at the data, and I think it's important. We should all be making an informed decision, but I caution us that waiting for numbers to then react, it's going to be too late. So the purpose of a lot of these recommendations are preventative in nature. Okay, so when we were previously talking about the novel coronavirus or the alpha variant, you know, you had a reproductive number of 2. So one child infected could potentially infect 2, maybe 3 others. With the Delta variant, you're now talking about one child infecting 6, 8, some studies say 10 other kids. So the Delta surge is predicted to come to our area in the next 2 to 3 weeks. It would be, it would just not make any sense to remove these preventative measures, knowing what we know about that and that it's about to come hit our area. So it's not waiting till the numbers are there and then reacting, right? This is how we learn. This is a pandemic. We're trying to use what we learn to prevent these things. Furthermore, our hospital strain is at capacity across the state. Every night in our state, there are people held in emergency rooms, anywhere from 30 to 40, because there are no beds. Our pediatric capacity is at capacity. There are no beds. And I know I hear people say, oh, it's not COVID. People aren't hospitalized with COVID. Well, fine, not yet, but there's no beds for them if and when COVID comes. So it's full of RSV and it's full of other things. And we're transferring kids to out of state regularly. So, I mean, you hear this cry from physicians, you hear this cry from hospital administrators that we are at capacity. Like there's nothing else to do. We're asking our community to help prevent this because we all know it's coming. And so that is this plea. It's not looking at the numbers every 2 weeks and then, oh, they went up, we better react. That's just not how it works. So I hope that's helpful. And a comment about contact tracing. So the Department of Health is doing the contact tracing now, and it has been a huge burden to them. So they have had to call in the National Guard for help. They cannot keep up. The way contact tracing works is try to reach people within 24 hours. And they were at like past 48 hours. They had to call in help, and they're even abbreviating how many questions that they're asking people. So we're getting a limited service as it is. And I'm grateful that our school is helping to do that, and in an immediate fashion, the way it works the best. And I would not want to shift that burden further. I also want to point out, we are so close to a very vulnerable population in our school district, those under 12 being able to have access to be vaccinated if that's what their families choose. This was out in the media recently. Pfizer has said they plan to seek emergency use for this by the end of this month. It is realistic that we could be we could be vaccinating children by the end of December. End of October, best case scenario. I was thinking we'd have immunity by December. So we owe it to these families and these kids who are left vulnerable to this to keep protecting them until they at least have that choice. And we are so close to that. Is there anything else I want to say? Oh, I mean, again, I'm trying to wear my school board hat, so I don't want to cross lines. But Robin, I appreciate your question about thresholds. There are no thresholds, right? There's no thresholds from national, international levels, or at Fargo Cass Public Health. We are all just trying to weather the storm through a pandemic. We're all trying to keep kids in school the best we can. We're all just trying to be, like I said, proactive this time around. But if and when those thresholds, are released, we'll certainly let people know that. The goal is to do everything we can to keep kids in in-person learning where we all know that they thrive and do their best.
Jim, Rupak, and then Jennifer.
Well, I have a request, and it relates back to this topic. And again, I'm not throwing stones at anybody. I live in a glass house myself. But on more than one occasion during school board meetings, I've heard multiple board members say we aren't listening to the public. And I'm assuming you said that because whoever you were really referencing it to had a different opinion or position than you had. I'm sure you all read all the emails that I'm getting, that you're getting. We have plenty of people telling us, please keep these mask mandates in place. We have plenty of people telling us, please let the family make this decision. I don't think this is an easy question for us, period, as elected officials, but it does us no good. I mean, no good to publicly tell on TV that I don't believe my fellow board members are listening to the public. I'll just turn right around next time somebody says that and ask, which public are you listening to? The ones that want us to have a mask mandate or the ones that don't? Because I think my job is to listen to them all and hopefully make the best decision I can based upon whatever knowledge I have. So just a practical point, because all we're doing is looking stupid to the public when we say that. Just temper what you're saying in the board meeting, advance your position. You have every right to do it, but stop making assumptions about what somebody on the board besides you is or isn't doing. Please.
Rupak and then Jennifer.
I'm gonna, Rebecca, go back to a question you had asked a little bit earlier. So you had asked just about staff vaccination rates and substitute fill rates and staff absentee data. While we can certainly pull that data as well, just know that obviously things are a little bit different than they were last year because we have the vaccination exemption and the mass to mass exemption that are in place as well. So Doug can correct me if I'm wrong, but to this point this year, we have not had the worry and the challenges of staff absenteeism that we did last year. So the data just needs to be contextualized with some of those safeguards that we have this year to prevent against that. So just wanted to throw that out there. Administration's happy, just going to continue listening to this conversation as you kind of wrap up. We've gotten a lot of different pieces of information that different board members want. We will look to you, Rebecca, to say, what is our consensus on what we're bringing to the board meeting? If it's a data set that administration has, for example, Mackenzie or Doug, or even Blake, I would just ask, because of the controversial nature of this, because the board has asked that the board own this decision, which I think is the appropriate thing to do, is that you ask administration for the data set, but don't at the board meeting ask administration to analyze the data for you, because this goes back to what Tracy said. The recommendation made by administration was to follow Fargo CAS. That does give us a step removal, and some people might think that we're shirking our responsibility, but I would tell them that I'm an educator, not an epidemiologist. So asking McKinsey to analyze the data to determine an effectiveness of the mask or other mitigation strategies, or asking Blake to determine the effectiveness of the things that he's put in place in terms of ventilation may not be a fair usage or fair to administration as well, as we deal with this political climate that we're dealing with.
Makes sense. Jennifer and Jim, did you still have your hand up for, okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. So I have a couple clarifying questions. So we talked about, and the question has been asked about numbers in terms of rates, and Tracy shared some information specific to hospitalizations. And I do think, since that's part of the messaging around, protecting, so if it's full of RSV in the hospital, do we know why these rates are increasing at such enormous rates right now? Because as she mentioned, if you look up this, how many beds there are in North Dakota, there's 2,040. Now, that was a few weeks ago. There are fewer staffed beds now, about 9 to 10% available. If you look online at these stats, it's important to recognize what they're typically at, right? And also ICU, and how many are actually COVID. And that's the numbers that are kind of missing from the narrative, because to what even Tracy said right now, right? It's not COVID, but we believe it is. We are being sort of led to believe that it is. And so I think that is important piece of information. I also think, as I listen to the conversation about feeling your feelings around contact tracing and notification, I can't help but wonder, okay, so is the expectation the same for then influenza moving forward? Because you may or may not know that kids are at a much greater risk of hospitalization and even death from influenza than they are of COVID. And so what does that mean then? How do you make sense of that if you believe that it's our job as a school district to do contact tracing? Because kids are at higher risk for influenza, so from severe complications. So I don't understand that necessarily. And then if we want to look at overall numbers in terms of severity and loss of life, again, you should put it in perspective. We keep talking about the survivability rate, but are people asking to put numbers on it? I mean, so if you look at North Dakota deaths from 2020, it was 1122. 21 so far, it's 166. That's overall. That's not, I mean, that's right from, you can go find that on North Dakota Public Health and CDC, so it's there, but that doesn't necessarily go along with the sort of mainstream messaging, right? But that's the fact. That's the data. So again, I think I would like the answer to the RSV question. Do you even know the cause? Could it be the masks? Could we be making it worse? Because some data would suggest wearing a moist mask all day long is harming a child's immune system, is causing bacteria growth, all of these things are Tracy, are you considering that when you talk of the, high rates of RSV? So I guess I'd like her to weigh in on that since she brought that up.
Rebecca, I'm sorry, point of order. Is this germane to our school board conversation? If Jennifer has questions for me about medical things and RSV, she can
You brought it up. You brought it
She
up.
can call me. Can we keep it on topic, please?
You brought it up.
Yeah, okay.
And we're asking for data. So if
excuse me, I brought up hospital strain, and I will listen to the big six and to the hospitals in our state and trust them when they tell the public that they are strained.
That's
So
part of
that's
your
what I was
problem. You're
bringing
not doing your own research. You're just repeating the propaganda.
Okay.
Talk about misinformation.
I work in the hospital. Propaganda.
Yeah, right.
Folks, let's stop this.
The truth doesn't ever mind being questioned, Tracy. I think it's pretty evident that you do.
We're not, okay, you guys, we are all working together here as members of the Board of Education, and let's keep our dialogue in a positive manner, even though we don't disagree, even if we don't agree, and treat each other with respect. And so I want to get back to, I'm trying to figure out how to kind of wrap this up in terms of information that we might be able to agree on for our board meeting. First of all, there was a comment about thresholds, and I guess I was talking about that too. And I feel like that is one that, in terms of point of information, that could be removed, because it doesn't sound like the thresholds, maybe Robin, you and I think mentioned this, that those aren't really available. And that's not, I'm not saying that that's a negative. I'm just saying that that's probably not information that we are going to be receiving from our public health experts. Does that make sense, Robin, that is removed?
Sure. I guess I'm looking for what would it take for us to move out of these mitigation strategies, and that's not clear. But if that's information's unavailable, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. And face-to-face educational hours saved due to mask to mask contacts, and proof that masking allows more students to be in class in Fargo than in the rest of the state. How do we come up? First of all, the thing about it is there are some members of the board that will agree with this motion and some members of the board that may not agree with the motion. So when information is brought to a meeting, we all might say, hey, you know what? I want information from this source and I want information from this source based on our decision, based even where we are sitting right now. So I am wondering if that kind of information is really needed, where that information is, what the source is for that information.
Rebecca?
Jim?
Well, first of all, I think the student contact save mass to mass question that Robin was looking for is actually the data Kirsten Basler had for last school year. And I think that's data we could get out of the Department of Public Instruction. But I want to go back to the threshold question. And Tracy, please correct me if I'm in error here. I think when Cass Public Health first came out with the recommendations, and I can't remember what the color scheme was, Cass County was at a color and Clay County was actually a little less, it was a different color. So over in Moorhead initially, they weren't being given the same recommendation from public health as we were on this side of the river, because the different counties had a different color code. And I think that's based on positivity rates, but I'm not sure. So I don't know if that's the threshold that you're talking about, Robin. But I think there was a color chart. At least there seems to me there was a color chart. And for a while, Cass and Clay County were different, but I don't think we are anymore. And I kind of chuckled when we were different because I said, really, those people at the Moorhead Menards, they're more protected than the people at the Fargo Menards. But of course, they're going on national county data. And, you know, the Red River separates us so different counties. So is that a threshold that we, and I'm not saying Cass County is going to change their recommendation because our color changed, but to me, that's about the only yardstick I've seen.
Tracy?
Can I answer that? Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for the question, Jem. Yeah, so that's the CDC determination of community transmission rates and your risk. And you're right, Cass County, actually most of the country, unfortunately right now is in red, which is the highest, the highest risk you can be. Definitely look at, and that's based on, you mentioned positivity rate, that's one. It's actually a 7 different factors that they look at. Death rate, hospitalization rate. I don't know if I can name all 7 of them off the top of my head, but that is one of them. And definitely we would look at our community transmission rate risk level for making these recommendations. But I just wanted to point out that the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, I mean, however many other groups you want me to list here, the infectious disease societies, all of these people came out with these recommendations specifically for schools in K through 12. And it was regardless. So the CDC makes some recommendations based on that community transmission risk level. For example, currently they're recommending you wear a mask indoors, even if you're vaccinated, and et cetera, et cetera. But these school recommendations were actually separate from that. I'm not saying that we won't look at it here locally. I hope we do. I hope it's something that when we go down to, you know, a more moderate or lower risk level, we can look at that. But these were highly specific from medical experts across the world for schools. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
And those recommendations are still in place.
Yes, and I agree with the, you know, frustration of the thresholds. We're all asking that. I mean, we're all, what is the endpoint? The public asks us that. I mean, we're all exhausted. We've been doing this for 18 months. As someone who works in healthcare every day on this, I'm with you and I'm tired. But that is just information that's not coming. I think it's just this is what we need to do now to keep kids in school. And I think that's what we're all interested in. I hope, you know, the minute we can have a different conversation or the minute that someone determines those thresholds, you know, we'll be there and we'll be advising that.
Okay, what about West Fargo mitigation strategies. We talked mostly about West Fargo, not so much about the other schools in our area, but some of the comments there were just about the differences, contact tracing, they recommending masks in their buildings, not talking about sports. I mean, it's not apples to apples. So does the board need different information than what we already have regarding West Fargo's plan? Jennifer emailed all of us that information, and then the other two schools, but is it up to each board member to review those as we see fit and compare that to what we're doing as a district? Or are we asking someone, or perhaps us as board members, to put some kind of charts together to compare where the apples and apples or the apples and oranges? What is the expectation? Dr. Newman, you have your hand up.
I just briefly want to make a point of clarity around this. Thank you. So what is being sometimes said, even in the media and in the public, is people are comparing our positive cases out of how many students we have versus, let's just say, West Fargo cases out of how many students they have. That is not a scientifically sound comparison. So when you talk about positivity rates, what you'd really want to be comparing is how many positive cases you have out of how many of those people you tested. And as was stated earlier, we don't have that number. So just doing how many cases you have out of your total students, that's not a scientific number. That's not a ratio. So until we could even perhaps somehow have that, there's really no comparison to be made. I think that's really important.
So Rebecca, if I would clarify my requests, I think it's more to dispel misinformation out there. I don't know if it's not going to help me change my mind, but there is so much miscommunication that needs to be cleared up. And I think we owe that to our community to at least make an effort to do so truthfully.
Okay. My question then is, how does that look? Is that through just conversation amongst us at our board meeting? Or is there something that is needing to be prepared?
What might happen is when we start to have this conversation, we're going to start to parse out some different mitigation strategies. And if we don't have those, I don't know if we can have a full discussion. Because for example, I won't change my mind on contact tracing, but others may, but not what masks, or vice versa. I don't have a good answer. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have requested it.
Oh, we were starting with a brainstormed list and we're working our way through. So my question is, in regard to West Fargo's plan, is there any information that board members are looking for someone to create that compares the districts or slices and dices that information more than what you already have from the plan that's a public plan that we have available? And if I don't hear anything, no one is going to be putting anything together additionally. We'll do our own research. Jennifer.
Thank you. So a clarifying question then to what you're asking. Are you asking us to make who's going to put that together? You're asking us to suggest that, or are you asking if we would just like that information and then we would discuss who would put it together? Would be sort of clarifying. And then my question originally was really going to be around, so there is a threshold provided in the mitigation strategies within West Fargo's plan. That recommendation or that conversation must have obviously been had between the organizations that West Fargo is reaching out to for guidance on this. And so I'm just curious if that could be, or if that would be helpful for individuals to know where that came from. And if that's kind of the number that, Robin, would that be helpful to you to have sort of a target number to set that would trigger, like a short-term mask mitigation mandate like they did in Divide County, and then also have it in their plan in West Fargo?
Could I answer that, Rebecca?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry to interject. That plan by West Fargo was actually not endorsed by all three of the advising agencies that advise them. That was only endorsed by apparently these three people from the DPI, but those thresholds are not, to my knowledge, coming from any professional group or any advising entity. They were not recommended by Essentia Health, by the Department of Health, and by Fargo Cass Public Health.
So Department of Health did not sign off on this plan? Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that's exactly correct.
Nikki.
To that point, that is why I had my hand up, is that I am going to be following the guidance that we are given by the professionals who do this, the experts that do this, until that guidance changes, recommendations from them change. I don't need to see really any layout from another school that has, such as West Fargo, because it's not following the recommendations. And I really truly believe we need to follow the experts and do the best job we can. So what I really care about is the numbers of where we're at, are the trends that we're seeing. Is it climbing? Is it declining? For me, that's what I need to rely on.
So Nikki, are you talking about maybe more the reports that would be like a report that would be shared out at every regular board meeting that would provide that kind of information?
It could be. I don't want to create any more work for people because this data already exists out in our community. It's already provided. Anybody who wants it can go get it. If it wants to be reported, obviously, I'm not going to say don't do that. But I think we have what we need. And should we have a regular discussion? Yes. If we see declining numbers and we can move a different direction and we get a different recommendation, yes. But I'm not going to buck the experts.
Dr. Gandhi, a question for you. And I know that, well, please share with us your ongoing communication efforts with public health so that as a district, you're able to, and a district administrator, you're able to stay up to speed on where things are and if guidance would potentially get to a point where we would be making changes.
Our interpretation of the motion that was passed on August 10th is that the board adopted implementing Fargo Cass Public Health's COVID-19 mitigation strategies for this school year. So we interpret that to mean the flexibility we have and the mitigation strategies we use is going to be based on the guidance that we received from Fargo Cass Public Health. When that motion was passed at the board meeting, right before the vote, I think I had clarified that when we say Fargo Cass Public Health, it's really sometimes Fargo Cass, sometimes it's North Dakota Department of Health. Sometimes Fargo Cass is giving us more high-level information and guidance, and the Department of Health is going into like the weeds of the operation. So since that motion was passed, we meaning Mackenzie, Anne Marie, Bob, Missy, myself, sometimes Doug, we meet with Fargo Cass Public Health and North Dakota Department of Health, primarily North Dakota Department of Health, Brenton, the epidemiologist, every 2 weeks. We meet with them every other Monday to just talk about different things about, okay, can we do this? Can we not do this? These are questions that we're getting from principals. And then that we meet with them around noon or 12:30. And then at 4:30, we'll provide our principals with an update. So these conversations are around, for example, this week we asked them, hey, can we do PTA meetings? Can we provide food at PTA meetings? Can we do all these things? So that's the nature of our conversation. And based on what they're seeing, if they say, hey, but we think you can do this and this is something that works, then we'll make that change. And we feel like we have that flexibility with what the board has approved. The current guidance that given to us from Fargo County Public Health or North Dakota Department of Health is that this year has varied from last year, because last year when there was so much unknown, we were really trying to, for lack of a better term, throw the kitchen sink at the problem and limiting a lot of experiences traditionally that we do. We had changed field trips, we had changed our visitation policies, our facility rentals. From what we've been told this year is that if you follow these mitigation strategies, which were the ones that were outlined, including masking, you can continue with all the other school operations. And that's currently the guidance that they've given us. So like this week, when we asked them about the PTA events and having food, they said, no, you can continue doing those things. Just make sure that you're masking, well, obviously when you're not eating, and some of the other things as well. So that's kind of where we are at this point. If Bob, Missy, or anyone else has any other input, they can provide it. But that's the process that we're working, meeting with them every 2 weeks and just going accordingly.
Missy, I see your hand up.
Yep, I would just like to share too that we brought the information back to our principals, and this is around larger parent events and the principals on just management. Even though they said they could do food if they had mitigation strategies, didn't feel they had the personnel power to enforce it. And so I just wanted to be honest that they're feeling like it might be better for them to have prepackaged food that they could let people take on their way out, just because they don't have enough people to supervise that kind of event of the eating.
Dr. Gandhi?
So yeah, I think that's an important distinction as well. So we are following their guidance. However, like we shared with the board before too, we are not going to engage in confrontational behavior or with any constituent or stakeholder that might not want to participate or follow our mitigation strategy, specifically masking. So what we've told our administrators is that even though we have the flexibility to do something, if we don't have the manpower to make sure that's done following our mitigation, then we may have to make some changes, not because Fargo CAS told us to, but because we can't enforce that. So fortunately, that hasn't been an issue. I know that, it's similar to the conversation the board had earlier about the board meetings and work sessions going virtual, but that's something that the district might do, not because Fargo CAS or the Department of Health told us, but because we don't want to put any of our staff in a situation where they have to address someone not following the mitigation strategies adopted by the board.
Thank you. Dr. Gross, did you have anything else to add?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Anyone else at this point? Seth? Are you feeling a burning desire to talk?
I'm not on fire right now. I guess I'm kind of where Nikki's at. I want to follow the guidance of the experts, and unless something drastically changes between now and our next meeting, I'm going to be in the same spot. So that's about all I have.
There's some information that has been presented or been prepared and presented previously that could be made available for our meeting that would not require a presentation. I'm thinking like the mitigation procedures that have been put in place, hand sanitization, air filtration, all of that. If we would like to just have that information at our disposal for review and for studying ahead of time, I would think that that would be fairly easy to access, and we would not have to require Blake to be available for a presentation. So I could I'm thinking working with Anne Marie on some of this. The information that was from DPI regarding last year, the face-to-face educational hours, that topic, it sounds like that information is fairly easily accessible. I am wondering, also, I guess if we're just interested in having the data that has, it's been prefaced though, like the staff leave data, substitute fill, the reasons it's been explained to us why that information would look different. It sounds like it perhaps wouldn't be that difficult to have available to us. I'm going to have a hard time putting any time into researching and like doing an apples to, oranges comparison for a plan from another school district that does not follow the guidance of our public health officials. I see that is, there might be information within those plans that is usable for us to take into consideration as we move forward. And we have the plans available to us, but to ask for any board member to spend time doing that research, or any administrator, when we know it's a plan that hasn't been endorsed, by leading health agencies, it just doesn't, as president, I don't feel like that's something that I can be a part of, especially when we are working right now under the motion that had been approved by the school board, giving the district the guidance to follow public health. So if there are if a majority of the board consensus wise thinks differently, then I'll have to change my way, but I won't do it unless I feel that there's consensus to do that. Robin?
So how do you see this playing out? Because we're going to be asking for all these reports, and I agree. I think now that Jennifer so kindly sent us the other school districts, we just kind of need to know a little bit more about what Fargo is doing. I sure hope that we aren't going to read through every report orally. I want the information in advance. There's no reason to read it out, because especially what I fear is going to happen is we're going to spend a whole bunch of time on this, and people are going to do their research prior to the board meeting. And we're going to hash this out. And I don't think anything, quite frankly, I don't think anything's going to change. So how much time are we going to want to put on this?
So I agree so the information that I was just talking about, I agree that is not, those aren't reports that are read and gone through in minutia at a board meeting. That's information that, just like when we are sent reports, when staff or guests come to present to us and we have the report, we're able to do the research and the reading on those reports and maybe bring a couple of questions, to the board meeting regarding the topic, but not to have a thorough, analysis of each report. Does that help answer the question?
Yes,
also, during governance tomorrow, when we'll be doing, well, I guess we already have the agenda planning done for September, but we'll be doing October agenda planning. Yep, Jennifer, and then Rupak.
Thank you. Okay, so as I hear you say, or some say that, okay, in terms of case reports and what you would need to, be convinced that otherwise to change the current mitigation strategies from Fargo. I think back to the meeting when this was decided in early August, and Nikki asked the question to one of the physicians in the room about, how do you know that masks work? And the answer was given, well, right around the time that the governor and HHS implemented the mask mandates, case rates went down. And yet today I hear that it's really not a scientifically sound comparison to use us compared to case rates in West Fargo. I'm wondering if you see the conflicting messages. And then I'm also wondering, am I hearing you correctly that if there are zero, if the mortality rate is 0 in kids, or 0.1 or 1, is there no number then that convinces you that this mitigation strategy is not either necessary or within your purview, like something we should not be mandating as one size fits all? The only thing that you're saying that would convince you is if Fargo Cass Public Health said otherwise. So it's not really about the numbers. It's not really about the data. It's about what they say. Is that what I'm hearing?
Jim, did you have your hand up?
Yep, that's not
Okay.
what I'm saying at all.
You might not be, but I feel like I heard some say that.
Jim?
Actually, I think maybe you're connecting apples with oranges, Jennifer. I think when the physician that came and addressed the board talked about how they saw a change when the government put a mask mandate in last time, they were measuring not only positive cases, but positive cases to the number of people tested. And that's the part we're currently not getting. We don't have testing data being correlated any longer at the state level, at least not that I know of. Maybe they are, but daily, the governor was on TV telling us this many people got tested, this was a positivity rate. So we had a ratio to look at. Now, it's my understanding, and I am a really, really good financial service professional, one of the best ones in my office. Of course, I'm the only one in the office. I'm not a very good doctor, but it's my understanding, and at least to the best of my knowledge, what we're really focused in on in a public health manner is protecting the integrity of the system. You keep talking about the mortality rate for kids is 0.99998. I could tell you the 5 family members I've lost to COVID-19, and one of them was well under the age of 35. Didn't have any underlying health conditions, but also wasn't vaccinated. The problem is most of the kids, from what I understand, and again, I'm no expert, correct me if I'm wrong here, are going to get positive and be asymptomatic. So we won't even know they're sick, won't even know that they could give it to somebody else, because I believe an asymptomatic positive child can still transmit the disease. So it's this asymptomatic problem that makes it critical that you've got testing data to go along with your positivity numbers to know what's really going on in community spread. At least that's how my math mind works, and I am probably way off on this.
Dr. Gandhi?
I always feel like my hand is responding to a question or comment from a little bit ago, so I apologize for that. But as we take a look at the data and we talk about the data that will be presented, if it's coming from Mackenzie or Doug or Blake or whatever it is, I know the comment was made to post it with the board meeting materials. Everyone will review it ahead of time. I also want you to know that COVID is very fluid. We're getting case notifications of cases by the hour, if not by the half hour. So even with our weekly data posting that we put on our website, that is one point in time, normally around 10 a.m. on Friday, that we update our website. So your data that, unless you ask McKinsey to pull it up and what it is in that moment in time at the board meeting, it will probably be, in someone's eyes, outdated by the time that you get to the Tuesday night meeting as well. So just wanted to throw that out there. I appreciate this discussion and this conversation. I understand the complexities of the board having to tackle this issue. So I'm going to go back to something I said earlier. I want to protect our staff from having to use the data that they have access to justify the recommendations from Fargo Cass Public Health or the Department of Health. So if you want us to invite them to this meeting, please let us know so we could do that. But I don't think it'd be fair to ask McKinsey or Blake or someone else to take this look at the numbers and say, why is this working for Fargo or not working for Fargo compared to another district, or tell us about, are we on the way to a surge or are we not? Because while we can share that information, what we're sharing is just coming to us from those that are in that profession. And I would rather you go directly to that source than ask us to interpret or be that intermediary. So just throwing that out there as well.
Yeah, in terms of that data, it would just be the information at the time. So I know we talk about, or some folks have said, like, it's a one size fits all type of a model with, you know, kind of like no exceptions. And I don't think that's true. We do have to make decisions, and we did make a decision that, you know, is something that hopefully overall for most of the school district, for most of the students and most of the staff, the decision that we made works. It's not true that there aren't any exceptions to that. There, again, talking about masking, there are opportunities for masks not to be worn if there is a conversation with a principal, with administrators, if it's just something that's not, you know, able to be worn for medical reasons or something like that. And so it's not something that, you know, every student is forced to be wearing. If there is and I think force is a, you know, a really a really strong word, but I mean, I didn't make the decision in August thinking, oh, if there's a student that has, you know, a real challenge with this, or if there's a staff member that has a real challenge, that our district isn't one that's going to work with that student or work with that staff member to make accommodations. I think that we're an institution where we can do that, but we still have to make decisions that are going to work for the masses of the school district, obviously. Okay, let's see here. Jennifer, I know you have your hand up. I was just wondering if there's anyone else that has a comment that hasn't shared recently. Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you. So that leads me to two things. So when people say they are going to trust the experts and wait for that guidance, my question back to you is, are the World Health Organization physicians considered experts in your mind? Think about that. Those of you who have said, I'm going to trust the experts, okay? Because we're not listening to them. We're not. Fargo Cats Public Health are not the only experts out there weighing in on what works the best, what combination works. And it is, if you think that this is within our purview to make this sort of decision on these mitigation strategies around health, things like a mask, we ought to be taking into consideration multiple, we ought to be hearing from multiple experts. Let's put it that way. That's typically what used to happen within medical field. That's how we make advancements, right? And secondly, to Jim's question about positivity rates, you can go out to the North Dakota Department of Health website, Jim, and you can get daily active positives as well as the percentages in terms of positivity rates. So it is collected and still out there to find. So that data exists.
Okay, the information that I will be touching base with Anne-Marie and Rupak on is this. And I'm not saying that I'm not interested in helping to pull the information, but that I want to talk with you about and make a plan for preparation. The face-to-face educational hours point that was made that is likely available from DPI from last year that Superintendent Basler had mentioned. The report that was made available to the board previously regarding the different internal mitigation procedures that the school district has already put into place, if that is accessible to us. The information regarding staff leave, substitute fill rate data, having a conversation with Doug on that. Not sure about anything else.
Blake's information, do you have that?
Yeah, that would be
Say
the
that? Sorry, missed it.
mitigation procedure information.
Hmm.
So not,
Are you
not
gonna,
talk- go
go
ahead.
ahead. Are you gonna include the World Health Organizations or any other sort of health organizations' opinions or not in the data that you're sending out?
What is the thought of the group?
There are no official WHO recommendations in regards to K through 12 schools.
Yes, there are when it comes to activities. Yes, there are.
Okay, so that's activities, but there are no guidelines about being in classrooms or being in schools. And I just want to say, Rebecca, I've requested that number from DPI about the mass to mass, like the hours of education lost. I'm afraid it's not something being tracked this year, but it's worth looking into. No one's been able to give me that number because I don't believe all schools are masking, so I'm unclear if they're following that anymore.
It would be more about last year's information.
Yes, and again, I would just say it was a different strain, different virus, played different in kids, but it'd still be useful to know because I think it's a pretty high number.
Yeah, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay, any additional information? I'm not hearing I guess we haven't had a discussion, but I'm not hearing a request from board members about other individuals at the meeting presenting any information.
You mean,
Rebecca, you have a couple hands up too.
Okay, sorry, and by that I meant either internal or external. So who had a hand up? Okay, David, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we've had a really good conversation. We've gotten a lot of information out, and I look forward to the data that will be presented to us at the upcoming board meeting before we bring this to a vote. I question the relevance of continuing this discussion. We could be sitting here easily till 5 or 6 o'clock. I think it appears to me that everybody's had the chance to say what they feel, and the request has been made for data. I'd like to see this wrap up.
Thank you, David. Dr. Gandhi.
Just a simple logistical question. As I look at the second bullet point, Rebecca, previously communicated information about various mitigation strategies, specifically what Jennifer mentioned about Blake. So if we were to, I think I can think of like at least a cabinet column that Missy had done last year and some other things. We can just include that to the board memo and that would suffice with that requirement.
That might. I'm just wondering about a report that, although I might be remembering wrong, that Blake provided to the board at one point.
We'll take a look, see what we have.
Okay, yeah. Otherwise that column. Okay. It's 2:15. I don't see any other hands up, and maybe we go along with David's recommendation to conclude our business. Dr. Gandhi, did you have one other item?
I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. Jim, and then Robin.
Yeah, well, I'm all in favor of adjourning this, but for those of you that are on the planning committee, just make sure you got 2 different Zoom invites for tomorrow's planning meeting. There will be one for the very start of it, but a separate one for the executive session. And those should have come out either yesterday. One of them might have come yesterday to you, but one came out this afternoon while we were doing this. So if you don't have them and you're on planning committee, please reach out to Jolene. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Robin, Anne Marie, and Jennifer. Go ahead, Robin.
So our charge when we left the last board meeting was you ask us for the information that you need to make a decision. So I also want us to put some thought into how many more times are we going to ask for information to make decisions? Because we could be doing this all year, and we've set our piece today for the information that we want. That doesn't mean it won't evolve, but I hope we respect this process, and I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Robin. Anne Marie and Jennifer.
Rebecca, I have those 3 bullet points down that you indicated for information to be gathered around that meeting. I'm just wondering, it was mentioned a couple times, but not reiterated, I don't believe, in your numbers of things listed. Are we wanting just positive case data in general included in that memo, or no, because that is publicly available? Like for our schools specifically.
Sure. All right, Jennifer. Jennifer, you'll have to unmute.
Sorry, Chief. Anyway, so in response to your question about other experts, I think that would be helpful for the board to hear from others to weigh in on this as well. You know, maybe it is somebody within that can also speak to child development and mental health. We've heard from many parents on that topic, but not really, you know, physicians within the field that are working with kids and families dealing with the aftermath and the negative consequences of some of these strategies or mitigation strategies and the impact on their kids. So I think that would be certainly an important consideration. And again, I go back to hearing from another organization, not just Fargo Cass Public Health. I don't think we're doing, I don't think that we are fulfilling our job by having such a narrow lens. I think we need to expand that and hear from the other experts that see some of these things differently and what their evidence is, and then weigh that as well.
My challenge with that is I don't know who they are. I see public health as the leading health agency, you know, throughout the county and throughout the state, and then, you know, more broadly throughout the nation. And that leading health experts, of course, are, and Tracy, you can help walk us through this a little bit more, but, you know, we have the leading health experts from our hospitals around here too, that I believe are involved with the discussions with public health. I don't know who else we go to receive information such as what we need in order to help us make our decision, whether the decision is to support or not support the motion. And then in regard to child development and mental health, I certainly am not the person to come up with, to decide who an expert would be on that. And so, I mean, I would look to the guidance of the person that serves on the board that is in the health field, and that would be Dr. Newman.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, if people are interested in hearing from a medical professional, I would encourage Dr. Stephanie Hanisch. She's a pediatric psychiatrist in our community.
Outside of Stanford, but. That is what my point.
I just thought a pediatric psychiatrist would be probably the expert in kids' mental health, but, or another pediatric psychiatrist. I just know, I think she's worked with the school district before. So that would be a name that I would suggest.
Dr. Jean Gullickson or Gullix would be another one. I can forward you the contact information, Rebecca.
Certainly, feel free to share it with me.
I'm sorry, who is that person? What are their qualifications, Jennifer?
Within mental health, a mental health specialist. I'll forward it to you.
So I'm okay with receiving the information, and then there'll have to be a determination as to if that person is one that we have at the meeting or not. Is there anyone internally with in Fargo schools that anyone from administration would suggest help us with our discussion at that board meeting to speak to some of the challenges that the kids are having? I don't know, Dr. Gandhi, I just thought it would be appropriate to ask.
Mental health is a large umbrella, so I probably wouldn't put any administrator in a situation to define what the causes of mental health challenges could be, because we look at it as a culmination of product within the educational setting. We measure trauma and mental health through adverse childhood experiences. I have not seen any research study on the direct impact of masking as it relates to an ACE score. So from an educational perspective, I don't think any of our staff, including our social workers, would be appropriate to be in that situation. We, in the past, in our LRED task force that we did 2 years ago, we did have a childhood psychologist from Sanford, but that was Dr. Stephanie Hanisch, who has already been mentioned. She participated in that task force, and that's her relationship to the district.
Thank you. All right. It seems like we're towards the end of our meeting here. Jennifer, I see your hand is still up, but it might be
sorry.
from your previous
It was. Sorry.
comments. Okay. So I believe we should adjourn at 2:22. Thank you.